This is the regularly scheduled meeting for Tuesday, December 1st of the Morro Bay Planning Commission, and it's being held via Zoom. And we have 4 of the commissioners present, so we have a quorum. So I will call the meeting to order. And at this time, do we have any of the commissioners wish to make any announcements? Okay, Michael.
I just want to let people know that I will not be applying for the next term of commissioner. So there's an open seat there, and I believe it's available to put your materials in by December 31st, if I'm not mistaken. So good luck to my successor.
Okay. So any other announcements? So at this point, I'll make an announcement too. I wasn't planning on it, but I'm going to be resigning from the commission at the first of the year. So after the next meeting, the next meeting will be my last, and so that'll allow anybody interested out there that wishes to apply for the seats. We'll give them some time for the city to accept their applications and stuff. So Michael, it's been fun. We've got one more meeting, I think. So at this point, we'll open the meeting for public comment. Scott, do you have the
Yep, I'll pull it up. Sure.
Okay, so this is the time we open the meeting for public comment for items that are not on the agenda or items on the consent calendar. So anybody wishing to speak should call in or raise your hand. And then Anthony, do we have anybody in the queue?
Chair, I do not see any hands raised in the queue.
Okay. We'll give it a second here to get in case anybody wishes to.
Yeah, I just saw Kristen Headland. She just raised her hand. Please stand by.
Okay.
Okay, Kristen, you are unmuted and free to give your testimony, please.
Good evening, commissioners and city staff. My name is Kristen Headland. And first of all, I would like to thank the 2 commissioners that will not be a part of our planning commission in 2021. They've done an outstanding job, and I'm sorry to see them go. And so I'll just keep moving along. I'm here to speak about 3300 Panorama and regarding the designation of the 3300 Panorama 10-acre parcel in North Morro Bay. The concerned neighbors in North Morro Bay have been watching this piece of property since 2016. The 3300 Panorama project has been designated as R1 moderate density for years. The community development director has made changes to numerous documents in the last few years to read R2 medium density. Of each time, the neighbors brought this up with the claim that he claimed that there was a mistake in the documentation. And as you see in my document that I presented today, my time is limited, so I'm going to go through my very first one. If you have my packet, which I hope you do, is up in the upper right corner of September 2016, shows the property as R1 for Panorama. And then the next page is July 25th, 2016, upper left corner, and it shows it's an R1 single family residential. And then we move on to the January 2017 GPAC meeting, where it lists the different densities, and the property is moderate, 4 to 7 units per acre. So then we move on to the next page, which is January 19th of 2017, and it talks about taking a look at the land use map And if you flip it over, you'll see a table where it has moderate density, attached single-family homes, 4 to 7 per acre. It's noted as R1. All along, this property has been noted R1 in many, many documents. At the very first GPAC meeting on January 19th of 2017, it was presented as medium density. All the neighbors got together. You can see in my documents, it's highlighted with blue tabs that many neighbors spoke. And at that time, Mr. Graham said that the zoning of that area, the fuel tank, is already R1, and noted there was an error on the map compared to the land use map, and that's from January 19th. And then we attended the next meeting, which took place in February. The land use map was not changed. Carol Truesdale spoke. The residents spoke also. I'm presenting Carol Truesdale's comments. And I'm running out of time, but you could see that we presented it. And I have, for the statement regarding it being new state law 2018, the maps will show at the very end of my document that the property was zoned R1 moderate density with a yellow code on the maps in 2017. Mind you, the property was started, first planning commission meeting was September of 2016. And then here we are, January 2017. And the code for it was changed to orange for medium density. I'm asking if you could kindly and respectfully change it back to moderate density before this goes back forward to the Planning Commission. This closes my comments, and I'd like to have this clarified tonight, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. Do we have anybody else wishing to speak?
Yes, Chair. I do see Sean Green with his hands raised. Let me go ahead and unmute him.
I unmuted? I need to.
Thanks, Planning Commission and staff. I'm just going to go really quickly here. I sent in a public comment email regarding general plan. I just wanted to get my comments in there. But generally speaking, what I said in my email is, first of all, thanks to staff and to staff and to the commission for working on this general plan so thoughtfully to this point. I do think that the draft plan that you have before you does most things right. But can you guys hear me?
Yes, we're
Sorry, does most things right. I see an unmuted thing on my phone. But in terms of lateral access, vertical access, and view corridors along the waterfront and Embarcadero, I just don't think enough is stressed, generally speaking, in the draft plan about the kind of cultural damage that can be done with bad players or self-interested players on the waterfront in terms of leaseholders. That is public space. It is public land. It is Morro Bay who's been appointed as custodian of that space, and yet leaseholders are consistently opposing that very, understandably from a business perspective, but opposing the forces that are necessary to provide the public welfare and the public access to the enjoyment of the coastline. And so any opportunities that we can reiterate the fact that it is public space, it is publicly owned land, it is only leased to these leaseholders for periods of 40 years, give or take. And it is up to those leaseholders to act as good players on behalf of the public, and it is up to Planning Commission and staff and council, if need be, to enforce on an ongoing basis, whether that's through an every year audit or every 2-year audit, to enforce the Coastal Act. To this point, I don't think that has been articulated thoroughly in the draft plan, and I'll do my best to come up with a number of specific verbiages that should be included. But I just wanted to say that, and that goes to public restrooms as well. That is a mandated requirement for development, and yet those restrooms are either closed or hidden by leaseholders on a consistent basis, which hurts the culture and pedestrian friendliness of the waterfront. I did want to lastly add, I included a proposal regarding a potential maritime museum throughway sidewalk pathway that I'd love to be included at least as a consideration in the general plan on the east side of Embarcadero along Vistra Power Plant. There is plenty of space and beautiful trees that would allow north-south access along the east side of Embarcadero. I do think that would add so much to the waterfront, and that, I guess, concludes my comments here. Thank you again for all your work on this project, and I look forward to seeing it move to council.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Anybody else wishing to speak, please raise your hand.
Chair, I see Betty Windholtz with her hand raised. Let me go ahead and unmute her. Okay, Betty, you are unmuted and free to give your testimony, please.
Thank you. This is Betty Windholtz. I just want to respond to Ms. Headland's comment about the land use marking for the Panorama project. I believe the importance of her testimony is that the SB 330 state law, which was referred to and saying that we cannot reduce density on a piece of property, takes effect on January 1st of 2018. And at that point, that Panorama project was moderate, so there would be no downing of the density because it's not currently medium. And so that's why it's important that it stay moderate and that the law backs that up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Betty. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Chair, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Okay, gone. We'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission. And at this point, I see Jesse has joined us. So welcome, Jesse. And so Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as ex parte, I met with Ms. Windholtz and Ms. Headland yesterday and was given the same information that they provided everybody tonight. And I had not had a chance to research every piece that's in there, but I'm also very curious about this because when I did pull the 82 local plan, it very specifically uses the term moderate for the R1. It doesn't use it also uses medium as specifically R2. So somewhere the medium and moderate terms seem to have slid, and I'm not sure where that occurred, but it would seem to me that the 82 criteria are what are prevalent on that site, despite the fact that it's labeled as a PUD. That doesn't change the density. It changes the capacity to use the density on the site in more creative ways back in that old general plan. But I'm very curious about this too, since this is probably one of the most significant sites we'll have in the next 10 or 15 years, to see the way that plays out.
The land use is actually medium density on the property. It has been for many, many years. It just has, oddly, on the zoning side of things, so land use is the general plan thing we're reviewing tonight, right? The zoning map, current zoning map, has it as R1. R1 matches the density related to moderate. But it's not consistent with the general plan land use, which is the top tier land use document. So the current land use designation for that property is medium density and has been so for many, many years.
When did that change, Scott? And what was the criteria for making it change? I couldn't find anything.
I mean, we have a couple of different land use maps that go back to 1997 and maybe one that was 1995. At least it was from back then, at least, if not prior to that.
If I may, Ms. Headland referred to a map from 2017 that was presented, and I'm guessing that may have been the draft land use map, but
it was.
Not sure. Yeah.
It was, yeah. We've gone through this whole conversation, and there was agreement that we would, because that neighborhood wanted this, we would change that property from medium density to moderate and put a R1 designation, which is no longer R1. We're not using R1, R2, R3, but it's still the same thing. It would be a single family designation. But because of the SB 330, we can't do that now. I mean, we're prohibited from downzoning, taking the density down on the property at least until 2025. So we don't have any ability to change it. In fact, that legislation, the inconsistency we have between our general plan map that says it's medium density and our zoning map that says it's R1, which would typically correspond with moderate, they say, hey, if your general plan says you can have a higher density, then people can come in and get the higher density if they want to. I mean, the whole thing about the change to the law was about providing housing. So that's, I mean, we don't have, our hands are tied. We can't do anything with that.
But that's all based on some act that went through with hearings that changed that designation from an R1 to an R2.
I don't know if that's the case. I'd have to go back and do additional research, beyond that.
Because if it's operating under the 82 general plan, it would have had to have been changed zoning, correct? They specifically say medium as R2. And so if it's designated R1, at some point there would have had to have been a zoning change.
I'm not exactly sure where the disconnect came from. I think, there was probably some desire to not have, multifamily housing in that location. But the density ended up being the way that it is because that entire neighborhood is at that density. That entire neighborhood is in medium density.
Not according to the R1. 82.
What?
Not according to the 82 general plan.
No, that entire neighborhood is medium density. All of it is, including the panorama one.
Okay. Well,
but there might have been some desire at some point to change that, and why they put the R1. Well, it's all medium density and it's all R1. It's an odd sort of thing. I'm not sure why it's like that.
Okay, I'll take this one offline.
Okay, Susan, you wish?
I just wanted ex parte as well that I met out there with Ms. Headland and Ms. Winholtz, but wasn't sure when to mention that here or when we're actually addressing it. And I'm assuming any projects that come forward that would be of that size would likely come back before the commission. Correct. Yeah. And then there would be probably, I'm guessing, conditions that we would be putting on such a project, especially if it was of any size and magnitude. I mean, they would have to address issues of traffic and probably do a traffic study and issues of, all the kinds of things that come up with any development.
That's correct.
Okay. I think there was one other question I had about that. Can it be subdivided? So it's 10 acres. Can it be subdivided, or does it have to be developed as that big parcel?
No, it can be subdivided.
Okay.
Hey, Scott, I have a question. So the current owners, they purchased the property with notice that the general plan said it's medium zone. Is that correct?
The maps for the property, the published maps that we have online, the ones in my office, all have the property designated as medium density. So the general plan land use map says it's medium density. The zoning map says
so their expectation, presumably their intent, was to buy a piece of property that they could develop more densely. Okay. All right.
I mean, assuming they looked at the map, they would have saw what the density is on it.
Yeah, well, I'm also getting at how the property was presented to them by an agent or salesperson or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't talk to them before they bought it. They didn't talk to us. They bought the property and talked to us afterwards.
Okay.
Okay, I think any further discussion on this needs to be a agendized item so that we can get into
just part of the general plan discussion.
Okay, good. All right, anybody else wish to add to this, or comment? Okay, then moving on, we have the next item on the agenda is presentations, and we have none. And then the next item is the consent calendar. We have two items, A1 and A2. We have the current and advanced planning processing list, and we have the approval of the minutes from the Planning Commission of September 1st, 2020. Do we have anybody wishing to pull any of those items or comment on them? Michael?
Yeah, Jerry, if we could pull the planning list, I had a couple questions on that.
Okay.
You want me to ask it?
Yeah, Scott, do you have that available?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see, this one's the 30-day review incomplete, number 4 on Cerrito Place. It's about someone who is taking down 14 trees, including 5 in the public right-of-way. I just wondered, it says under review. That's a really small lot. And those trees, apparently, from what I can see from Google Earth, are part of the pathway that goes up to the recently purchased property that was obtained by the Open Space Group. Can you give us any more information on this one? We're not going to see this one, right?
Yes, and I believe we just. I think we're getting ready to schedule it for hearing. Actually, Cindy working on the project. So,
yeah, that's an administrative tree removal. The trees are in the person's front yard and in the driveway area. So there are 9 on private property. They're trees that an arborist report is presented that they're subject to wind throw. They're diseased. And they are requesting approval to remove the trees. So 9 of the trees, it was just noticed today for the 10-day pending action notice. But 9 of the trees are on private property. 5 are in the public right-of-way. So we're planning and public works are putting them together. And they do show the tree replacement per our major vegetation guidelines. But yes, they did submit an arborist report for that.
So we won't see that one. That's something you're handling administratively?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, the code allows that to be handled administratively.
Unless it's appealed, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So, Cindy, I have a question with respect to that. The trees, when you say the public right-of-way, is that distinguished from the so-called paper road up there? Are the trees in the paper road or actually in the right-of-way of Cerrito Place? Do you know?
They're in the right-of-way of Cerrito Place. Yes. Okay. Yeah, and they're under the canopy of I think it's the eucalyptus there. Yeah.
Which is part of the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments on the consent calendar? Okay, can I have a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve the. Jesse and I will move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, great. Any discussion? Okay. Scott, could you call the vote, please?
Sure. Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Barone?
Aye.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Luer? Oops, sorry. Commissioner Ingraffia?
Aye.
Chair Luer?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to public hearings, B1, we have case number CDP 20-015, CUP 20-06, and PKG 20-04, which is a parking exception. And this is for 603 Driftwood Street. And this is for a 2-story addition in the back and a parking exemption. So, Nancy, I believe you have this. Do you have a staff report on that?
Yes, I do. All right, here we go. All right. Can you see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so this is a public hearing to consider a conditional use permit, coastal development permit, and parking exception for an addition to a single-family home at 603 Driftwood. The existing site is on a 3,300 square foot site. It's an older home, 1955, with an detached garage, mid-century modern architectural style. The existing buildings do not meet the criteria as a historic resource. There's a non-conforming garage and a non-conforming front setback and a non-conforming and possibly encroaching ADA ramp in the front that is to remain. Land use and zoning, it's R2 zoning district, which allows primarily duplex residential, but also allows single family residential. This site is not large enough to meet the criteria for a second dwelling unit. It is in land use area 7, Central Morro Bay Coastal Land Use Area, and that has issues and concerns with rehabilitation of existing homes and visual and community character. The project requires a discretionary review because of existing non-conforming conditions and because of the size of the proposed addition. The request for a parking exception meets the findings and requirements, and the driveway can easily accommodate the off-street parking space required. City development standards, this shows the R2 standards for the setbacks, the height, lot coverage, and the parking. And on the column on the right, it shows the proposed project with the existing single-family home with the addition included. So the front setback is currently 6 feet. That is not changing. And it exceeds all the other setback requirements. It's below the height. It's spot on for lot coverage of 50%. And they are meeting the parking by 1 garage parking space and 1 tandem space in the driveway. This is a site plan showing the existing building layout on the site. And the reddish shaded areas are the additions. It's a 2-story addition at the back of the home that is 548 total square feet with 104 square foot second level deck and a small enclosure of a back entry porch. The yellow is the detached existing garage, and it at some point had been converted maybe to a primitive dwelling or vacation use or guest room. The owners are proposing removing the existing toilet and the sink and turning it back into garage use space. And the blue area is a non-conforming carport structure, and that structure will be removed. This shows you the project elevations. The photograph is current, and the top drawing is the same elevation, the west elevation that shows what the 2-story addition will look like from the west. Below, also the photo from the front and the elevation of the south elevation shows the small 2-story addition and how that will look from the street. Neighborhood compatibility, the top right photo shows the subject property and the homes to the west, and to the east, it's a higher density. There's a 3-unit project and a 6-unit project to the north of that one. The other homes west and across the street from the subject property are single-family homes, a variety of ages and a variety of architectural styles. This is a photo simulation of the proposed project with the 2nd-story addition. And as you can see, the way it's designed, it fits into the neighborhood, and the architectural style blends in with the existing mid-century modern. Public comments received were 2, and one was the 2-story structure will block my view. And the city response is the city does not protect private views. The 2-story structures are allowed in this zone. And the other comment was, why isn't a sidewalk required? And Public Works responded that Driftwood is classified as a local street, which does not require sidewalks for single-family residences. And that concludes my presentation, and the staff is recommending approval of the CUP, the CDP, and the PKG pursuant to the findings and conditions of approval included in the Planning Commission Resolution 2020.
Okay, do we have questions for staff? Okay, not seeing any. We'll open it up for, does anybody have an ex parte communication on this? Okay, then we'll open this up for public comment. Is the applicant available, or
do you have the owner and the architect in the queue? I guess we can start with the owner, and if he wants to kick it to the architect, then we can go to that, maybe?
Let's do that. Let's see if you...
Okay, this is, it says it's John.
Yeah.
Hubbard, you need to unmute. Oh, there you go.
Okay, John, you are unmuted and free to give your testimony, please. Thank you.
It's Nancy pretty much presented what we want to do. It's a pretty small addition, single family home. My wife and I were retired. We were retired from San Diego to Central Coast about 2 years ago. 3 of our 4 children graduated from Cal Poly, and all they got jobs here, so we decided to come up here and bug them. So that's pretty much it. We fell in love with the house the first time we saw it, and we want to maintain the architectural style of the house itself. And our architect, Jonathan McAlpin, helped us do that and helped us go through this process. And we hope you concur with our desires, and we'll help you okay the project.
Okay, thanks, John. Does anybody else wish to speak to this item? Okay, Anthony, any hands raised?
Chair, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Okay, well, while public comment is open, does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Okay, I don't see any hands coming up here either, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Michael?
I guess this is more a question for staff, or maybe Jesse might know. If that's a functioning fireplace, I thought there was a distance test before you got to the upper level. It looked like it was getting kind of close there. My recollection was 12 feet, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I thought it was 10 feet, but it seemed
maybe 10 feet to 10 feet.
It's probably pretty close, but I'll believe, since they have an architect that did this good of a job on it, that they've got that part nailed. No, I really like it. I mean, that's all my comments. I appreciate.
I imagine it's a direct vent.
Yeah, it could be too. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, not seeing any. Yeah. I like the project also. It's a small fit on a small lot, and I lived in I think the same builder that built that house probably built one of the houses I used to live in for about 20 years here. So it's a nice style. So I know you'll be happy in it. Then do we have a motion?
I would, but I'm having trouble with my Adobe, so.
Okay.
I'll do it. I move to approve conditional use permit number CUP 20-06, coastal development permit number CDP 20-015, and parking exception number PKG 20-04 for a 2-story addition to an existing non-conforming single-family home with a detached non-conforming garage.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motioners? Okay, seeing none, let's call the question.
Commissioner Lucas.
Aye.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Barone.
Aye.
Commissioner Graffia.
Aye.
Chair Lohr.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nancy. Okay, moving on. This is next item is B2, and this is finishing the review of, we hope, of Plan Morro Bay, and we left off at environmental justice, I believe, but we also have the leaseholders have submitted quite a lengthy letter that I think would probably be best to address first before we move on to the further review, beginning at the environmental justice. Is Kathy Novak in the queue?
Yes, Chair, she is in the queue.
Okay, Kathy, are you ready to make your presentation? And does anybody have any ex parte on this? We've continuing.
Well, just the previous ex parte of meeting with the groups, gosh, a month or so ago.
Yeah, I met with the group and I talked to Kathy on the phone to arrange scheduling.
Kathy, you are unmuted and free to give your testimony, please.
Yeah, I was part of that original meeting with them as well.
Okay, Kathy, or would you like to?
Sure. Okay, I just test the connection. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, Chair Luer, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Novak, and I'm here tonight representing the Embarcadero Master Leaseholders Group, also known as the EML. The executive committee is with me as well tonight, too. And before I get started, I'd like to thank Jerry and Michael for your service on the Planning Commission. It's been very valuable in a number of years, and I know you've put a lot of effort into it, so we'd like to say thank you for that. So first, I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for taking the time to go through this general plan and local coastal plan update. I know it's a monumental task to do so, but it's also very important. Before I get into the policy-specific comments, I would like to briefly provide some background information about doing business on the Embarcadero. We were able to share this information with most of you. However, we believe it will benefit the others listening to this meeting. Operating at the state tidelands lease property creates some unusual circumstances that simply do not exist anywhere else in the city, including those properties right across the street. Many of these consequences result in higher operational costs. For example, required upgrades such as the lateral access and other public improvements raise the value of the property, which translates increased appraised base value, rent values, and also higher possessory interest or property taxes. While these improvements benefit the public, they do not generate additional business revenue. When the original lease is negotiated, it is based on the cost of the improvements, and the number of years of the lease is directly tied to the years needed to amortize a loan over at a realistic rate. Commercial financing for leases are much more difficult to secure, and leaseholders must provide revenue expense ratios on a regular basis to prove that they are meeting the standards the banks establish for their loans, or they run the risk of the bank calling the loan. Higher development costs associated with these public improvements equates to higher rents to subtenants, businesses, to produce the revenue to meet these expenditures. There are annual lease payment minimums and percentages of gross payable standards attached to these leases. The leases are adjusted annually via the CPI, and also appraisal value increases, so expenditures continually rise and get too expensive for the market based on conditions as they cycle. Leaseholders are required through their leases to make regular repairs as needed, but major repair of public improvements such as the revetment can be cost prohibitive for smaller projects with no way to recoup the investment. In general, repair and maintenance of the water sites, which includes piles, docks, and piers, are much more costly than landside operations. Please keep in mind that this is all state tidelands trust property, so with the construction, the repairs, and upgrades, which are public improvements. While there are some benefits to the leaseholders operating on the trust land, these businesses do not operate with returns to fund major public improvements, especially when many of these improvements were constructed decades ago, which now requires major rebuilding, not just routine maintenance. Extensive public improvements should be negotiated at the time of a new or extended lease with an economic pro forma to justify the expense. This should not be required during an intervening time frame, which could result in a never-ending loop for an already burdened arrangement. These leaseholders have a sizable financial risk, and it is in direct conflict with a negotiated agreement to modify the terms by adopting regulations that add public improvements based on a change of use for a rental unit. The end result is substantial financial impact to leaseholder or restrictions of what type of business he can rent, limiting the business's ability to change the use. As mentioned above, the leaseholders may not be able to secure financing or push the revenue ratios beyond an acceptable amount the bank requires. This could lead to stagnation and additional vacancies if the leaseholders are forced to keep the same use per unit and not trigger any further requirements. Last, the city and leaseholders need to work together to promote a healthy waterfront. A down economy and other programs like COVID impact rental market and business closures. This translates to more vacancies, longer-term vacancies, and ultimately loss of revenue to the city. The city and master leaseholders are business partners, not just landlord and tenants. So for some few general comments I'd like to give tonight, to put everything into context on the upcoming policies, I have a couple things I'd like to share with you. First, we understand that the Plan Morro Bay covers the whole entire community. However, our comments are strictly related to the Embarcadero leases and specifically the area between the power plant and Tidelands Park. It is not our intent to change some of these policies so it would impact the other areas, but to provide for exceptions for further clarity for effects to this particular area. Second, some of the policies in the plan are new. Some are text from the Coastal Act, which cannot be changed, and some of them are verbatim language that was copied and pasted from the current LCP and zoning ordinance. The current zoning ordinance language was adopted in 1997, and since that time, the city has endured difficult economic times. During the downturn in 2008, we learned that the current language does not afford the flexibility needed to address critical change in the economy. We have just come out of good economic times, but we should not have long-term planning documents written with an out and eye to the cycles of the economy. Just because some of this language is in our plans now does not make it right for current or future to include them and not modify them in some fashion. Additionally, the document proposes the definitions that would have significant impacts, such as page 1-9, which applies rules of interpretation and states the words, quote, shall, must, will, is to, and are to are always mandatory. The words, quote, should and may are also mandatory unless there is a compelling reason to do otherwise. Since there is no description of the guidance of what might be a compelling reason to do otherwise, then all the policies in the document are mandatory and the use of should and may simply doesn't matter. Implementing policies with the general plan that are so strict can be very problematic. Generally, general plan policies are general in nature, and the implementing zoning ordinance provides more specific details. Policies in the zoning ordinance or other implementing plans can provide exceptions or variances when projects meet the findings to do so. However, you cannot do that with Plan Morro Bay unless it specifically says otherwise. It is concerning when significant changes are contained within definitions that ultimately change how the ordinance is interpreted, particularly when the definitions are outside the normal use of the word, such as should, now defined as shall. Third, the Coastal Commission has an LCP update guide that cities can use to prepare their updates. This guide serves as a place to start, examples and information for addressing emerging issues, but is not intended to cover every issue and also recognizes that local circumstances may differ with each community. Therefore, Plan Morro Bay policy should provide general direction on the key issues, programs, goals, and consistency with the Coastal Act, but leave the detailed information for implementation plans and project-specific applications. Fourth, using broad policies does not always account for distinctive areas, so these policies should contain enough detail as to not trigger requirements that would otherwise not be appropriate or have unintended consequences. Fifth, if you're updating these policies to provide clear and concise regulations that developers and community members can see what is required and expected of them for the next 20 years, they need to understand how the project fits within the city's vision and meets the goals. We believe there are policies and statements that could be misinterpreted, so we are asking for your review as someone that is just picking up this document for the first time with no prior knowledge or understanding of the intent. Additionally, policies need to be beta tested to ensure that the policies are not so restrictive the result is detrimental and economically infeasible. If you have a question and the answer is, well, the intent is, then I would say we have not done our job to accomplish the goal that was set. I'm encouraging you to make sure that the language is clear so someone that can pick up this 10 or 15 years from now and understand it without having to review any prior meetings so that they can just hear what the Planning Commission comments were at the time or really what the intent was. Unclear policies can lead to different staff interpretations, and policies should be as the council adopts them, not as the staff interprets them. I mean this with no disrespect. However, if this raises a question for you as it did for us, then we please ask for the modifications to avoid the future problems. Now, with that said, I'd like to go on to the specific policies, but I'll stop there for just a minute. And if anybody's got any questions on the first little bit that I shared with you.
Okay, does anybody wish to questions? Okay. Kathy, I don't see any, but I also, at this point, I want to open it up to public comment to see if there's any listeners in our audience that would like to ask any questions on this or comment on this.
Okay.
So, Anthony, do we have anybody that wishes to speak?
Chair, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Okay, great.
Betty Winholtz just raised her hand, and then she just lowered her hand. So I think she just lowered her hand, so I'm going to take that as a no raised hand right now.
Okay. So, Kathy, we don't have any questions at this point. Do you want to go on to your first item?
Sure. Before I start this section, I'd like to say that a good number of comments are directly related to the lateral access or the harbor walk. So the email wants to make it crystal clear that our comments are not about stopping the construction of a new or improved lateral access way, but mainly regarding the timing, the constructability, the feasibility, and the nuances that the leaseholders encounter. Under the policy LU 7.1, the lateral access, our comments for this policy are on number B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. First, the goal is a good one. So we have a pedestrian way along the Embarcadero, which we all realize is important. Second, most of the lateral access ways have already been installed or approved and will be part of an upcoming project. There are only a few, other than city-owned properties, that remain to be installed. Your consultant, Michael Baker, did a lateral access technical memorandum in August of 2019, which shows and describes in detail the access alignment type and the gap and proposed solutions, so this can be used for consideration. Third, most of this language was taken verbatim from the current zoning ordinance, which does not take into account or consideration lessons learned over time in this area or actual physical circumstances. This in and of itself does not make it correct to use again or to elevate this to this policy level. For specific section B, the use of the word, quote, unobstructed is not consistent with the other plans and policies that the city has. I'll go into more detail on that under policy LU 7.3. For section C, D, E, and F, change intensity of use, floor area, height, and non-attached structures is extremely problematic and disingenuous to accomplish this long-term goal. Currently, the term change in intensity of use means the review of environmental impacts and whether the change in intensity of use would lead to the determination of whether a permit is required. We feel that using this term to trigger added or improved lateral access way is inappropriate. This language is directly out of the Coastal Act, but used in a different context. The change in intensity of use appears in the definition for new development, so it's a description or for review of environmental impacts and not to be used as a trigger or requirement to add a component onto a project. This is a term and definition that is not in the current city's current zoning ordinance. However, it is included in the proposed city ordinance, and the language is consistent with the description in the Coastal Act to be used in determining environmental impacts. An example of change in use may be a change from a retail store to a restaurant. Under the proposed language, the city could classify that as a change in intensity of use, but it could also mean a change from a restaurant to another restaurant. So there's a broad meaning of the change in intensity of use. From a planning perspective, a change in intensity of use is tied to the environmental impacts, the demand for services, and effects of the persons who live, work, and visit the area. I also asked the Coastal Commission for their comment, and they said, quote, "It means an increase in how much a place is being used, whether it's a park, housing development, harbor, etc., increasing from some given intensity to something greater," end quote. Furthermore, they would consider the amount of the increase and its associated impacts, which could be relatively minor, enough to justify a CDP waiver with a few conditions for the applicant to follow, or it could be significant enough to warrant a full CDP with more stringent conditions. From a building point of view, this could mean an increase in occupancy. We all know that there are substantial obstacles to extending structures over the bay, including fill in the bay with pilings. And there's also environmental issues, impacts to eelgrass, and restrictions on this construction could occur. For example, not in the summertime. The city has a longstanding policy not to do any construction down on the waterfront from Memorial Day to Labor Day. This leaves us with no alternative but to use prime building space for this walkway addition. Additionally, when a rental space is available, the leaseholder and tenant may be faced with a situation where the use is determined to be an increase in intensity of use, and they find they cannot occupy the space until the significant walkway improvements are complete. This process would entail a city use permit, a Coastal Commission permit, an Army Corps permit, a building permit, and possible bonding and the actual construction. This entire process could take over a year or more to complete, so it's unlikely the business would be willing to wait. This is clearly an unintended consequence, and the effect will be to discourage the master leaseholders from proposing any variations to their existing businesses that would result in a change in use. The appropriate time for this type of public development would be at a major development time or a complete replacement of the building and a new lease. We all need to adapt to changing economy and business models, but we must do so in a way that will encourage the users to make the change, which will be good for the city and the community. So the timing in this policy at the intensity of use or the change in use is not the appropriate place to require a new or upgraded lateral access based upon the definition and explanation that we have just provided. Our recommendation is to modify this to read, quote, "a change in land use designation or intensity of use that requires a major construction of all or at least 50% of the property," and then delete number D, E, and F. For added help, the Coastal Commission offers the definition of redevelopment of existing structures in their sea level rise policy guidance document. This definition should be also included in Plan Morro Bay. As for section number G, lateral access along the waterfront revetment may be achieved in the following manner. We have offered comments in this section because it includes the text, quote, "unobstructed." Establishes both a 10-foot and a 12-foot minimum standard for walkways, decking, and boardwalks, which are essentially the same thing since we're talking about the lateral access. In addition, it does not make sense to plan the connection on a system-wide basis, but rather it should be done between the adjacent properties at the time of construction. We have provided you with a suggested language in our comment letter on that. Next is the section H, which is the exceptions. We are asking that if number 1 under H would remain as written with the word public safety. Coastal Act section 30212 specifically references this exception and therefore should be left in as it is, consistent with the Coastal Act. Public safety is not an excuse, but an important consideration that can be evaluated on a case-by-case basis during the discretionary permit review. This language also is cited in examples from Plan Morro Bay lateral access technical memorandum done by the city's consultant in August of 2019. As for number 2, the lateral access way is found to be infeasible and in lieu fee an amount equivalent to the cost of the construction of the structure proposed is very onerous and potentially a significant cost. This sets an unrealistic financial commitment because the construction of the lateral access is found to be infeasible due to constraints beyond the leaseholder's control. If there needs to be an in lieu fee program, then it should be based on a reasonable per linear foot formula, and the money should be spent to establish and construct lateral access ways within the Tidelands Trust boundaries where the fee is collected. And I'll stop there and see if we've got any questions on this particular section.
Okay, Kathy. Does anybody have questions to Kathy at this point? Okay, I've got a couple questions for Scott and Amy. Where are we? The language that we've gone through, and did this come from Coastal Commission? Did this come from based on previous plans, or they're looking to change and delete quite a few items? Where did those items come from in our plan, such as D, and F? Or basically, they want to delete those items in the plan?
Did you want me to respond? Or?
Yeah, that would be great, Amy.
Okay. So it's a combination, and the change of use term is from the existing LCP. Specifically, the notes that I have from reviewing the letter are that some of policy LU 7.1 is from the existing LCP, but a lot of it is new based on the lateral access study and input from the Coastal Commission staff.
Okay. So essentially, most of this is they're looking to reduce the width of the lateral access and the locations of the lateral access from 10 foot down to 4 foot clear from mine. What is the requirement from Coastal Commission on the lateral access, the width of the lateral access?
10 foot clear.
10 foot clear. Okay. Any other questions that anybody wishes to ask to staff or to Kathy?
Yeah, but so, I mean, I'm not sure. So, I mean, can we make these modifications at this point, or are they?
The commission, you can choose to make modifications. I mean, part of the difficulty here is some of these were add-ons by the Coastal Commission. We'll have to go, depending on what the commission gives us direction to do, go sit down and talk with Coastal again about it, based on whatever direction you give us, and we'll go see what they say about it, and then we'll have to figure out where we go from there. Probably going to have another meeting or two at this point.
Okay, and that 50% bothers me, because anytime you start dealing with percents and you start dealing enforcement, you know, is it valuation, is it square footage, is it occupant load, is it, you know, 50% of what? So, I mean, that really wasn't clear to me. Kathy, can you answer that on what?
Yeah, so the Coastal Commission actually has a definition in their language talking about this 50%. I'm just going to go back here on my notes. So we were suggesting that they just use the definition directly from the Coastal Commission. It's talking about redevelopment. And
is that valuation?
Yeah, there's a
appraiser.
It would be 50% of the value, and the cities used this a couple of times before. I believe that they used this one time when. And Michael and Jerry, you might remember this one for the Giovanni's project when they were out in front, and the sidewalk that runs along Front Street is small. So the city put a clause in there that if he did a major redevelopment on site that required more than 50% of the value of the site to be expended, that was the trigger point that he was going to have to add to that sidewalk. And so there's a similar definition that the Coastal Commission has regarding this 50% rule and redevelopment. So my suggestion is just to copy it directly from the Coastal Commission's definitions.
I guess my problem with the proposed change in C to land use 7.1 was yeah. So I mean, when you say 50%, that's sufficiently vague. So I mean, are we talking the tenant space? Are we talking the property, the entire lease site? So we would need to get some clarification on what exactly the master lease holders are requesting, because I mean, when we were all meeting ex parte, like we talked about, we were meeting talking about the Hofbrau site where the the vacant tenant site that was proposed to possibly put in a coffee shop, directly across the patio from Hofbrau. We're talking that tenant site, 50% of a valuation of the, inside the paint? Are we talking the entire lease site? So, I mean, there's a lot of
So it would be 50% of the entire lease site. So what we're asking for is the trigger not to be changed. It's something that is minimal as changing an existing 225 square foot tenant space to go from retail to a restaurant, for example, which would be a change in use. So don't make that the trigger to either add on to the existing lateral access or put in an entire new lateral access way. The trigger would be 50% of the entire development, the entire lease site that gets redeveloped. So you're talking about a major reconstruction of the site or raising the whole entire site and starting all over again, which would then trigger the need for a new lease. But then the proposer would come in and work with the city and say, okay, I'm going to take half of this, build this site down and rebuild the whole thing. And then they would be able to negotiate a longer term lease, because that's part of the problem here is that when you start adding on cost and somebody else has a loan already and they got to go out and borrow another couple $100,000 already onto their loan, it could throw their expenditure revenue ratios off enough where the bank wouldn't give the lending to get the extra money. So you're putting in a minor change of use. That's where you're putting these leaseholders into a problem. So we're not trying to say don't do it. It's just the trigger is a major redevelopment of the site.
Sure, I get you. And Jerry, tell me if we're out of the line, if we need to pull this back and go a different way.
That's fine. But I think what we need to do is I think we need to go through the actual wording.
Gary?
Yeah.
I think I have something on point here. I don't know if it'll help any, but I can see where change of use as a trigger might produce some unintended consequences, but I can also see where 50% change of the property use or major construction might produce too much of a lapse of time. We might be waiting too long for something of that major to occur before the lateral access is modified. So I really have a question. In the interest of equity, is there a mechanism whereby a leaseholder who's contemplating some kind of change in use could seek a decision from the Planning Commission to determine whether it's such a change that it would be equitable to require that the lateral access be modified or not? Sort of a compromise here.
Well, Joe, we actually have, we've been doing the pre-application, presentations that I think would work great in this situation too. Go ahead, Kathy.
If I can throw something real quickly. So what we're dealing with is if this language was in the zoning ordinance, we're talking about something completely different. But this is in the general plan. So the general plan is you're set in concrete. You can't variance or provide a PD overlay exception when it's in a general plan. It's a general plan policy. So if you want to go down this path, then you've got to move it out of your local coastal plan, general plan policy and put it in your implementation documents where you can provide some special or criteria that you could put that and then putting in a request to the Planning Commission, that kind of stuff. If you do it in the general plan, you're stuck. It's there, concrete, don't change, required, mandatory.
Well, but my response would be if we added the word significant use to 7.1C, a significant change of use. And then we went to the planning, and then the leaseholder went to the Planning Commission to see if, in fact, the use he was contemplating was significant, and that would comply with.
Yeah, the problem I'm having is the term change of use is in a definition. When the Coastal Commission looks at a change in use or change in intensity of use, they're not looking at it for adding pieces onto the project. They're looking at it from an environmental impact review. So a restaurant to a restaurant could be, in the Coastal Commission's mind, could be a significant change of use, because if a restaurant was done, let's say in the 80s, and they didn't have very many conditions back then, and all things are changing now, it could have a significant change of use or intensity of use, but be the same thing, a restaurant to a restaurant. So the problem is the definition of change of use, and then what change of use means. So again, we're not trying to say we're not going to be willing to enhance it or not build it. And there's only a few places really that are left that don't have a boardwalk. And when every new project's going to come in, we know that the city's going to say, you have to have this in there. So I don't think that's a problem. It's just that if you have one now that's, let's say, 8 feet wide, and then the new standard goes to 10 or it goes to 12, and then they do a change in use, now they've got to figure out how they're going to add 4 more feet onto the existing boardwalk that they have now. So it's the trigger point is what's causing the problem.
Okay, Kathy. Hold on a second. Okay, Kathy, I think you made your point. And so let's just talk about this, the change of use, the number C, LU 7.1C. So as we have it now, it's change in use, a change in land use designation, a change in intensity of use, or a change of use. Okay, I think that's too low of a trigger point also,
So you guys, I want you to just take a step back here.
Okay.
You're looking at this policy as it relates to the center portion of the Embarcadero, essentially. And so this applies to the entirety of the city. Okay? So we maybe the area and the issue that we're having here is, we're probably not going to get a land use designation change along the middle of the Embarcadero or in the Measure D area. We're not going to change from whatever the land use designation is, waterfront, whatever it is, to something else. We might get a change, say, further south of the main commercial section of the Embarcadero. We might get one there, and then maybe in where we don't have lateral access, right?
Right.
And where a change in land use, we would want to get it. So we don't want to remove this.
Okay, Scott, so clarify, and Amy, clarify for us that, Kathy is stating that a change of use means essentially a change from one restaurant to another restaurant, just because they might add a couple more tables or do bar service instead of, table service. Would that trigger this? Pardon?
And that's not what happens now. We don't do this now, but it's in our policies now, currently.
Okay.
But I can understand the desire by them to want to have clarity, even though this policy has existed for a long time.
We put an exception in.
Better clarity, that's fine. We can probably do something along those lines, but we need to probably differentiate about where we're applying this.
Correct.
To simply remove it, I think, is inappropriate.
Yeah,
and I don't think Coastal would let us do it. So, I think it's probably a zero chance they let us do it.
Okay. So can we, we're getting back into the issue of the Embarcadero as a separate entity, even from both sides of the street. One side of the street is different, is leasehold, the other side is fee simple. So do we have, how do we rectify that in this plan?
Every good code section has an exception. So, if we left it in there and made an exception for the master leaseholder Embarcadero, what they're bringing up at this point, to me, that's as good an answer as any. But I still think the devil's going to be in the details of the 50%. When you start trying to enforce that in a flood zone, for example, that becomes problematic. So is that a cumulative number? Is that based on an appraisal? Is that based on an appraisal based on X date or Y date? They change over time. So
I think this only applies to the west side of the Embarcadero. Right. Others can correct me if I'm
reading that incorrectly.
No, there's only going to be walkway on the bay side of the leasehold site. So there isn't any other place in the city that we're requiring, 10-foot walkways.
Yeah, but we would be requiring lateral access improvements in other areas as well.
Okay.
So when you get to, when you go down past Highlands Park in the boat launch area, there's a bunch of other properties that are south of that, right?
Right.
There's no lateral access there. These policies would apply to that. So if they came more with the land use, change, the designation change from whatever it is currently to something else, then perhaps we would want it then, right?
Correct.
So I think we're just focused in the one area, and I understand exactly what Kathy's and the leaseholders are concerned about. I get that. I just think, we can't just say that we're only using this policy to apply to this one area. It applies to others. It applies, north of the Rock. I don't know that really, most of that's all residential, so probably not so applicable. But the area, to the south of, say, the boat launch, boat ramp, those I could see as wanting to have connection down there.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so help me out here on this, Scott. What do you suggest is the best way to handle this?
Well, I guess we have to craft some language that pulls out, the commercial portion of the waterfront on the Embarcadero, and makes it different. My question then would be, so they talk about deleting these things because they want to go with the 50% thing. Three of you need to be okay with that. Otherwise, we can't do that. So might as well just ask the question, are you good going down that road? And we can use the Coastal Commission definition.
I'm not comfortable deleting all these items.
I figured that might be the case.
Yeah. Joe?
So returning to my question, and at the risk of being redundant.
Oh, no.
If a leaseholder is contemplating taking a small retail store and changing it into a small restaurant, and he's worried about that triggering some sort of lateral access expense, he could come to the Planning Commission and ask us for an answer. Now, would that in any way violate the policy of the Coastal Commission? I'm still looking.
It wouldn't typically be a permit requirement for that. We could do. Sometimes we do minor use permits for things. I
guess I'm getting at whether this really would be a controversy if that occurred. It sounds like a controversy on paper, but I'm wondering if there isn't a practical way to solve it.
Well, I'm not going to argue with the premise behind why Kathy and the group is raising this. The city is not, consistently interpreted policies in the general plan down on the waterfront, or for that fact, anywhere in the city. So I don't necessarily disagree that we couldn't add something here to make it better. I'm not opposed to that. I always like things to be clear. That's why we did. That's why we undertook this whole endeavor, was to make the document more clear. So if we can, we should. And we can the staff go back and try to, come up with something. But I need some input from the commission on really, do you want to go with this 50% thing? Do you want to delete D? Do you want to delete E? Because if you don't want to do any of those things, this is a lot easier. If you do, then it gets a little more complicated. And then when we come up with language, we're going to probably need to talk to Coastal about it, because they've already reviewed all this and found it to be acceptable. And they weighed in on some of it. So we have to go back and maybe look at that as well.
Okay, Scott, let's, on suggested language on C, let's just tackle C first and see if we can get some language on that. I did a quick run through on it, and basically what I thought might work is a change in land use designation of at least 50% of the property would trigger. So that we would use their language, but strike out requiring a major construction of all, or at least, or because I think if it's a land use that doesn't require reconstructing all the property, we should still be able to get the lateral access involved there. So essentially, I'll read that again. And in
in the proposed text in the plan, it says a change in use, a change in land use designation, a change in intensity of use, or change of use.
If we change that to a change in land use designation of at least 50% of the property.
Can we pause you there? So a land use designation, you're not going to change 50% of a property. You have half of it one land use designation and the other half something else.
Okay.
Would change the entirety of a property because you would be taking it from, say, like district to commercial to commercial recreational fishing.
Okay, yeah. So that wording's not going to work then.
So I mean, I understand what you're trying to get at, but I mean, just that doesn't that we wouldn't do that. So
okay.
I mean, maybe the land use designation thing was going to apply in a couple of very small scenarios, and that would probably be literally to the south of the boat ramp area for those few properties that are down there. And I don't know that it would ever take place, but it could. We've had Mr. Martini asking for changes down there.
So what if Scott? What if we strike out land use designation and do a change of at least 50% of the property? I don't know what term you would be changing though.
I think we should keep land use designation because if you change the land use designation, it probably should get the lateral access.
Well, yes, but we also, if you're remodeling 50% of the property, but you're not changing the use, we should also get lateral access.
Right, and we can look at the Otter Rock as a perfect example of this. We're just going from a restaurant to a restaurant. So it's minor remodel, but that was an enormous remodel.
Maybe the change of use part of the existing sentence is where the 50% would go.
So I'm comfortable with the 50%, but we just need to get the terminology. I think we just need to get the terminology so that the 50% of remodeling or the 50% of new construction or the 50% of change of use would trigger getting the lateral access upgraded. So what terminology would work best for that?
And if it's helpful, if you want to refer to the definition of redevelopment that's in the glossary, I think that's what Ms. Novak is referring to. It has the 50% language in there.
Okay, so 50% of redevelopment of 50% would trip.
It's more specific than that. Let me pull it up.
Also, Jerry, I have this impression, over the years that I've been on the commission, that when there have been some changes in the lateral access to properties, more often than not, they've been something less than a 50% remodel of the property. Scott, do you think that's a fair judgment, or is it impossible to say?
Yeah, there's quite a few of them that have come forward and have been less than a remodel of 50% of the properties.
Yeah, I'm thinking that 50% is probably too high of a rod to have to jump with.
But most of the changes to lateral access has actually come at the lease negotiation stage. Mm-hmm. So that seems to where we've had most of the changes. There's been a new lease and then they've redeveloped the property, or they redeveloped the property and they also upgraded their lease. So one or the other. But if the same leaseholder and the same lease terms are on there and they're doing a lot of work on it, then they should upgrade the lateral access, at that point too.
Right, and at a 25%, what you're saying is at a 25% remodel with the old lease still in place, it might be too onerous on the leaseholder because he can't make adjustments. Okay.
From an enforcement perspective, 50%. I mean, percentages are terrible. When we deal with this in fire sprinklers, we deal with this in flood zones, we deal with this all over the place in enforcement. And I tell you what, if we're not being very specific with what we're talking about, it's hard to enforce. Are we talking about valuation? Are we talking about square footages? Are we talking about removal of drywall? I mean, there's a ton of different interpretations of what 50% means. So if we're going to go that route, I strongly suggest we put some very specific language on what we mean by 50%.
Where's the definition, Amy?
Can I add something?
Sure.
as someone who's done a lot of these conditional use permit staff reports that the Planning Commission has reviewed. So what I found in the time that I've worked for the city is when there has been a change of use and or a change in intensity of use, we haven't always required it, because if it was an administrative change and it didn't, maybe it was a minor use permit, it didn't require Planning Commission review, we haven't required it, but we did require it if it went to Planning Commission. And whether that's because of the LCP policies or it's because they had lease negotiations where they said, like at the Otter Rock, we're going to upgrade the interior restaurant, we're going to upgrade the lateral access. These are all the benefits that we're going to add. It may be something that the commission might want to consider, that you modify this language to say a change in land use a change in intensity of use that I don't know the wording, but that triggers a discretionary review approval by the Planning Commission or something like that. Like, consider it those two avenues, whether it's a Planning Commission review or a staff level review. So food for thought.
Okay, that would be a good trigger point.
Because if it has to go to Planning Commission and they did 45% change, the commission might say, hey, why are we getting an upgrade in lateral access? And then, I'm bringing a staff report that says, oh, well, it was only 45%. I mean, that's going to feel like a lot, and yet you won't be getting the lateral access upgrade.
That's a very good point, Cindy. So can we qualify it in those terms, Amy and Scott?
Amy, did you ever find the definition of the reconstruction? Because I don't find it.
Yeah, it's in the glossary under R, under its redevelopment. And Susan, you're the one who noted that there are some formatting issues in the glossary. So it's right after recycle, but it's on page 631.
I got it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Would you go ahead and read that if you found it, Amy?
Sure. So it says a structure shall be considered redeveloped, whereby the structure is no longer considered an existing structure, and instead the entire structure and all development on the site must be made to conform with all applicable LCP policies when such development consists of 1, alteration, including interior and or exterior remodeling and renovations, demolition or partial demolition, etc. 50% or more of the major structural components, including exterior walls, floor and roof structure, and foundation of such development. 2, additions and alterations to such development that lead to more than a 50% increase in floor area for the development. And then at the end of the definition, it says changes to floor area and individual major structural components are measured cumulatively over time from January 1st, 1977.
Okay.
So what if we went with change in use, a change in land use designation, a change in intensity of use, or a change of use requiring or considered to be major redevelopment, which we would then refer to our glossary. We have the definition of that. Or triggering discretionary review by Planning Commission. So we basically keep the same definition, but we add a few more caveats to clarify when it gets triggered and give some protection.
Okay, that's okay. Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I still think we're kind of missing Scott's point, where we need to make this specific to the harbor side of the Embarcadero. So making this an exception to C. So instead of changing C, leave C alone and make an exception for the harbor side of the Embarcadero. That's my opinion. I don't see changing this for the entire city.
And just to be clear, the EML is not asking you to change some of these policies because they realize that it does impact the rest of the community. So that's why I want to say we're specific to this. And so if you're comfortable with leaving that in and then adding an exception in for this particular part of the Embarcadero, like Susan recommended, and I would say to go a little further, not just by requiring discretionary review, but something to add, because just the trigger of requiring discretionary review would then put it in concrete again to require it to be done, but doesn't leave the Planning Commission the latitude to provide an exception if you feel that there should be an exception.
Well, we already have the exception language in there, right?
No.
Yeah, no, it is. I think so, Kathy. It's the exception process that says you have to do the in lieu fee. You can't do it.
Well, but that's the part of the problem too, because when the way that it says with the in lieu fee says equivalent to the cost of construction of the structure proposed. So, for example, if the leaseholder comes in and he's got an 8-foot harbor walk out there now, and he's got a huge eelgrass bed that's along the outside edge of there, and it's impossible for him to expand his harbor walk because he's going to go over an eelgrass bed, which the Coastal Commission won't let him do. So if he happens to have a 75-foot long harbor walk, let's say, for example, and he's got to put in 12 or 14 piles and you're going to use the cost of the construction based on his location, he could be looking at $250,000, $300,000 for an in lieu fee. So, that it gets a little imbalanced by the way that the description is. And I know that some of this language is already in the existing zoning ordinance, things like that. So, but I'm asking that we look at it and try to correct it so that we can make sure that we don't just hit somebody with a 5-pound sledgehammer when you only need a little tiny hammer.
Okay, let me talk to the commission then. So you heard what Kathy said related to that issue. So let's talk about the in lieu fee. So do any of you think that the in lieu fee should not apply to the full cost of what it would cost to put the improvements in, or you're thinking it's supposed to be a portion of that? Because you're supposed to take that money and use it for other lateral access elsewhere. So what's the commission's comfort level with that? I mean, the in lieu fee we came up with is the cost to provide the lateral access that we're not getting there, and we need to put it someplace else theoretically, and so we would need the money. So what is your thought? Is anything else we do below that subsidizes the process?
So my question about that is, are you just looking at pure construction costs if there were no environmental concerns? Because the environmental concerns add to the construction costs.
That's correct. It would be
So if you could afford that, then you would just
put the 10-foot walkway in. What does it cost? That's the in lieu fee.
Okay, let me bring up a point here, such as with the beach that happened with the Beach Street plan and the stairways. There was a in lieu fee for all properties in the Beach Street area to subsidize rebuilding the stairways going down at the end of Surf Street. The cost was pennies on it was set 40 years ago. The cost was set 40 years ago as a set cost, and therefore it didn't cover, pennies on the dollar to put in the stairs. So therefore we have no stairs there. So essentially that's
that is the point that I'm making.
Yeah, that's so.
I mean, we're not. I mean, we don't know what other lateral access we would put in. So there is that. The only question is, what do you think that should be? What should the in lieu fee be? Should the in lieu fee be the full cost of providing what the access would otherwise be that we're not getting, so that we can put that someplace else, or not? I mean, if you don't think it is and you're fine, then you can say, it's 50%. We can put that in here. It's up to you. I don't know how you feel on it. So, I mean. Okay, well, let's poll the commission on that. Joseph, what do you feel on that?
Well, I buy the logic of, if it was unfeasible because of the expense associated with doing it in ways that mitigate all the damage to the environment, it's just as onerous to make them to take that money and spend it someplace else. So, I'm not sure what you'd subtract, but I think you would try and look at what the construction would cost were it not for these extraordinary environmental concerns. And that's what you should charge. I'm at a loss as to what that would mean specifically, but that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, Susan?
I would agree with Joe that you would look at the actual real costs of building whatever the structure is, minus what you would have to pay to do the environmental mitigation, because that's what's making it impossible. If it were possible, you would just go ahead and do it. You know, that you would mitigate those and you'd have the money to do that. Just knowing, working on construction sites where unexpected things came up, the mitigation can be quite costly. So do you choose not to do that? I agree with Joe. I think it has to be the straight costs of what construction would be.
Okay, Jesse?
I'm not sure I understand this after hearing them talk. So I thought we were saying, maybe I misunderstood. This is in the event it is impossible to construct it. Correct. So
Okay, now,
if it's
yeah, go ahead. There's a condition I want to put in that clause too. But let's go ahead and continue on that thought. I'm sorry, Jesse.
No problem. So in the event it was impossible to construct because Coastal won't give you a permit to do it, then you would take the full cost of what it would take to build it. I mean, because you're going to mitigate, you're going to have eelgrass concerns, you're going to have environmental concerns, we're going to have to do that somewhere else. We're going to have those same mitigation practices somewhere else. So, I mean, to me, it would be a full cost of the project were it able to continue.
Okay. Michael.
Yeah, I think I'm not an expert on eelgrass, but my sense is that in my lifetime, and maybe the lifetime of some of these leases, the eelgrass has moved around the bay, and it's kind of intensifying in the place we want it the least, which is right along the Embarcadero waterfront. It could change again, so I don't want to go with the language that gives people an out for doing something that should actually be easy. So I think it should be something that makes people pause and reflect on what they should be doing and trying to do as many improvements to the Embarcadero as possible. I totally agree with Mr. Green's previous concerns. We're given this as a gift to care for, and I appreciate that the leaseholders are talking almost strictly economics on this, but it is a signature place to be located, and part of that signature place should be that everybody participates in making these places as pleasant to walk across that side as possible. So I'm willing to go with Susan and Joe on this one, that I think it should be sizable with maybe some consideration for the economics of the things like the eelgrass that prohibit the construction. There could be some kind of construction there that could be done had there not been eelgrass there, and maybe that's the kind of number to take a look at. But there are also in other parts of the document we have things for appeals and proving mitigation isn't possible and things like that. And I don't want to lose track that there's other places in here that Scott and the staff and Amy have placed things that give people the opportunity to contest some of these possible conditions that they're talking about. So the trigger is important, but then the appeal mechanism is important too. And I think if the trigger is something that has an economic aspect to it that makes things pretty serious, then the appeal would end up being very serious as well, and we'd get good projects out of this, and we wouldn't have too many appeals unless they were actually pretty viable things.
Okay. So so I don't think that we should have an in-lieu fee that makes it easier to pay the in-lieu fee than to actually get the lateral access. the idea is that basically that's about the only thing we did right in the city is require the lateral access and the boardwalk down on the Embarcadero in the last 30 years here. So anything that allows somebody to not put in lateral access, I think, is a detriment to the community. In going so far as to say, and this was one of the things that Bob, Dr. Teft was relied on or brought up, is that even if you have to remove an existing structure to get the lateral access, it's more important to have the lateral access than to have the structure that exists there today. So, so that is my position on it. So I would say that it would take, if we're going to have an in-lieu fee, then it has to be sizably more expensive to do the in-lieu fee than to do the lateral access. It should be impossible to put the lateral access in, either by removing portions of the building or going out over the bay, or physically there's got to be some physical reason that it's impossible to do. And only then should the in-lieu fees come into effect. So,
I mean, remember, to get the ability to pay the in-lieu fees, you have to get concurrence from staff, the Planning Commission, and the City Council, and potentially the Coastal Commission.
Correct.
So,
okay.
So I mean, the bar is, shall we say, about as high as it gets. You have to have concurrence by all of those folks in order to even get to pay it. So I mean, so your concern is you don't want to incentivize them not doing it, but there would really have to be a lot of justification, and everybody wants it. So I mean, the likelihood of it just being the way we do business moving forward seems very unlikely to me.
Seems like the only time it would come in is if you literally couldn't do it, because you would be damaging the environment too much to do it. And that would be, say, expanding from your 8-foot to your 10 or 12-foot access.
Okay, so let's get back to what we're trying to move forward through this document a little bit. So it seems like we have consensus on in-lieu fees, but in-lieu fees at the cost of the present day construction, or the construction cost at the time of the proposed project. So I think we have consensus on that. So Scott, I think we're good on that. So we're back to item number C, and in their suggested language. So I think one of the suggestions was that we put in the document an exemption for the Embarcadero, or do we do a blanket exemption for the Embarcadero for several of these items? How do we?
I would want to use the word exception instead of exemption.
Exception, yeah.
Well, maybe we ought to just sort of run through the items on Kathy's memo, and at the end we can sort of see whether it justifies, one exemption statement that covers all, or whether we need to include it in each one of our subtopics.
I think for sure we need to change. We would need to change the language in Kathy's suggested language to match the general plan glossary and say redevelopment rather than requiring major construction. Right? Can we get agreement on that?
Yes.
Because it's eloquently defined.
Okay, I'm at this point I'm kind of lost where we are on this. So Scott.
I just want to make sure. I think there's a big difference between the leaseholder saying they've already got a lease on the property, they've already put in some kind of walkway, versus somebody who's got no walkway and is converting a use, which is what I think Scott was wanted to make sure we didn't knock that one off the table, because that's the more valuable thing in the ultimate, is to get the walkway across everywhere, including those properties that don't have it now, like Commissioner Lure was talking about. So my sense is, if we have an exception, or whatever Jesse was saying, it needs to be extraordinarily limited to existing lease sites with existing waterfront walkways or something like that. Because I don't want to not have to put one in unless there's some extraordinary reason to not put it in. That's
great.
I think the idea they were concerned with is if there's what they would consider to be a minor change of use. So,
right, that's the trigger.
That wouldn't trigger needing to put in. So you go from a gift shop to a massage place, that wouldn't trigger needing to put in the walkway.
And I think that's fair. If we're talking about a minor change of use that doesn't even require coming to, that's administrative, it doesn't require coming to the Planning Commission, then I don't believe that it should, that they should have to put, a 10-foot walkway or 12-foot walkway in if they've already got an 8-foot walkway.
Well, yeah, we end up with a whole bunch of vacant lease spaces down on the waterfront.
Yes, we would.
That's an economic disincentive,
right?
And we don't do that now. That was, we have this language in our current LCP. We that's not the way that it's interpreted, but that's the issue, and that's the issue that they're raising, is that it can be interpreted differently. And Kathy's been around here for a very long time, and knows that. She's seen the swing in interpretations.
So what if we put under C a Roman numeral I that just specifies something to do with minor redevelopment projects on the commercial Embarcadero properties on the west side, would not necessarily trigger the need for a lateral access addition. So that gives you your little exception, and it's under the change in use heading.
So instead of a redevelopment, what if we just go with a minor change of use, or a change?
Sure.
Rather than a redevelopment.
Yeah.
Because if they're doing a redevelopment, then it may have to come to the Planning Commission, even if it's minor.
Yeah, because we don't see every time they lease to somebody new down there.
You pretty much never see.
Yeah, that's so. And I think something like that would just avoid the concern. It would, and it's general enough, which I think at some level the general plan should be general, because we get to the specifics when we come to particular projects and go to Planning Commission.
So that comment was also raised by Kathy about the general plan being general. Remember, this is not just the general plan. It's also the local coastal program. So it is a different animal.
Right.
And this piece is part of the LCP. So that's why it's like this. Normal general plans don't have this level of detail in them. You don't see this. Mm-hmm. But it is the city's local coastal program, and this is where the Coastal Commission likes the policy language to live. They understand that we have to implement it through our zoning code or implementation plan, whatever you want to call it, but they want the stuff to be in here and explicit. So that's why you get stuff that's not so general, I would say.
Okay, then.
So do we need to define what minor change in use is then?
Probably for
coastal. Do we have a definition in the glossary for that?
I guess we could just say. I guess it would be for individual tenant spaces, existing tenant spaces.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, Scott,
so if we do that, then we're still back to this thing about the, the percentage and whether we want to use that, because the items below C talk about the things that trigger it. It talks about the development that would trigger things, and it says, an increase in 10% or more of the internal floor area. That triggers lateral access. So an increase in height of 10% triggers lateral access. Additional detached structures, then it goes into these things like, fences, garages, shoreline protective works, or docks. Fences is interesting.
Well, I agree with the rest of it.
But even fences?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're asking that to be deleted. And so we don't need, we can just walk away, I think, from the 50% thing. If you think the language that's in there that they're asking it to be deleted is fine, because they don't mesh. So.
Well, I think where they have a valid point is a minor use change.
Which I think we're addressing, correct?
Yeah, and I think that's what we should address at this point and leave the rest of it as is. So we just need somebody to wordsmith a minor use exception for the Embarcadero area.
I think we could just do it in general. It can be the change in use thing can be just in general, right? Because it would be in existing buildings.
So if we did it as a administrative use change, would that be, or a minor use change, administrative minor use change would be exempt? We accepted?
I suppose we could do that.
I mean, would that?
Because the implementation piece of that would be in the zoning code.
Okay. So Amy or Scott or one of you people that's good with words, can you come up with a sentence that we can apply in there? And does the rest of the commission agree to that approach? Okay, Michael says yeah. Jesse, I see a head nod. Joseph is kind of blinking.
Well, I agree, although I am looking at 7.1F where it says fences. I'm just wondering what the logic is that, a lateral access would be triggered by taking a fence down or replacing a fence.
It says significant, though.
There might be a logic to it. It just
It probably wouldn't. This is one of those areas like that policy. You can see where I was getting at before, saying that this thing doesn't just apply on the Embarcadero proper. It applies to other areas because it has these things in it. And so, I guess that's when I paused, and that's why I pointed it out. But I think it's meant like, one of these properties are trying to put up fences and get a CDP for it. Maybe we should get the lateral access then, because it's not going to apply to the other properties.
Okay, so either I think we've got 3 concurring. I think we got the full commission concurring on that. So if we can get the wording on that.
Just get them out of having to do it for like Susan's example, the coffee shop to a massage place.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so then D, E, F, and G. They essentially want them deleted. We've got consensus that we're not going to delete it. And then on the lateral access along the revetment may achieved in the following manner. Where are we? Okay, they want decking. Let's see. Okay.
We talked a little bit about this before, about the idea of is there a reason that this can't be covered under the Embarcadero master plan?
Well, the master plan would be something we would update later, but this is talking, I think about what we would have along these areas.
Mm-hmm.
I think the idea was, 1, that Coastal Commission wanted it in here, and 2, that this is getting updated now and the waterfront master plan isn't getting updated yet, so it would live here first.
So they suggested adding in decking or boardwalks next to walkways. what would the differences be, and why would you want to add in the other two? I mean, couldn't decking or a boardwalk be a walkway? Is walkway a more encompassing term for all of those things?
I would think so.
The other thing I wanted to point out based on these comments is the 10 foot and 12 foot that wasn't an error. It was that 10 feet is the walkway and 12 feet is the walkway, including railings and anything that's not the actual pedestrian surface. So that could be made more clear if that's confusing, but that was the intent there.
Okay, the only way that could make it more clear would be a 10-foot clear walkway.
Yeah, take out the 12.
Yeah, clear passage or something like that.
Yeah. You know, if they can get everything they need within 6 inches, then I don't see they should be building 12 feet if they can get it in 10 foot 6.
They could propose more than 10 feet.
Right. But a minimum of 10 foot clear for the walkway, I think, should read consistently through the document. And I think I'm getting 3 head nods at least. Yeah. Okay.
So back to the, I don't necessarily have any objections to the GI, so walkways, decking, and boardwalks. I mean, do you want to add that language to it? Does it help?
I don't see it's going to help or hurt.
I don't quite know what the difference is supposed to be. So
yeah, neither do I.
Yeah, I think it's.
Kathy, was there a reason for that added language?
Yeah, I'm just going back and looking. Well, it's just the way that it's written in here. It's just really kind of unclear because number 1 says walkways, and then 2 says decking and or boardwalks. So I think I was really kind of trying to say, wait a minute, they're all the same thing. So if that's the case, then we should have walkways, decking, and boardwalks in number 1 so that it's clear for everybody that there's not some sort of difference between the two.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. The only thing.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. Okay, that's fine.
The only thing I'd caution about that is, does that allow you to put concrete out there?
Never
differences I see.
Yeah, you're hopefully going to be putting matching materials to the thing that's next to it.
Right.
But it's all through a discretionary process. So, I mean, I think our desire, at least up to this point, has been to have consistent materials if we can get them. So we do want to make.
So then so I think we concur on that. We'll add those terms. And so then the number 2.
Excuse me, Chair. This is Anthony from AGP Video. Just wanted to let you know on the attendees list, I do see Sean Green with his hand raised. So eventually, I just wanted to give you a heads up if he was someone that you all were needing to hear from. He is on the queue with his hand raised. Sorry.
Okay, great. We'll open it up to public comment after we get through this item.
Thank you, sir.
So, okay, so if we're going through, there are changes that they propose in 2 for that. Where does everybody sit on that?
I think she combined 1 and 2 just by saying walkways, decking, or boardwalks in the form of open, etc. So I would make that change, and then how did you put it? 10 foot.
10 foot clear.
10 foot clear, and then 3 turns into 2.
It's pretty clear in the document. I'm having trouble realizing why we should change it, to be frank. And I think walkways and decking or boardwalks, I mean, if I'm guessing, the difference is going to be in ADA.
Yeah, the one thing that I have a problem with is the 12 foot, a minimum of 12 foot structure, where I think what we're really concerned with is just having the 10-foot minimum walkway. You know, if they can do the walkway in 10-foot 6, why should we require them to build another 1.5 foot out there just to, you know, just for whatever? But if anything extends into that 10-foot walkway, then they need to build the extra foot or the extra 2 feet.
Yeah.
So just where it says bayward a minimum of 12 feet, and then it says a minimum of 10-foot walkway, we just need to be clear on that it's 10-foot clear walkway.
And I would say a maximum of 12 feet. Do we really want to go out over the water more than?
Yeah, because it may want to, you know, on the bayward side, you know, they may want to put a little pop out where somebody could stand with a little glass bottom or something like that if they wish. I don't see a problem with that as long as it's leasehold, you know, and it's not into the navigable waterways, which it probably wouldn't. So I don't think we need a maximum, but the minimum is definitely required.
But then we want to make it 10-foot clear, but then note that it's exclusive of railings and I don't know what else.
And signage and furniture. Yeah. Okay, so
and Jerry, and to be clear, we haven't eliminated the word unobstructed in our version. Is that correct?
No, we haven't eliminated that.
Okay.
What I've heard so far, just want to make sure I understood correctly, is the change to the numbers, so 10-foot clear with what we just talked about, and then also adding the words decking or boardwalks. But I don't think I've heard you say that you want to make all the other changes that are shown in the letter to 1 and 2. Is that correct?
No, we don't.
Okay. And then we haven't talked about 4 yet, right?
No, we haven't. Okay. So let's talk about 4 now. So they propose connection to adjacent properties shall be taken into consideration and planned for between adjacent property owners at the time construction plans are submitted to the city. And in the plan document, it says connection to adjacent properties shall be planned for and implemented on a system-wide basis. But the problem with their proposal is they're talking about construction of a single property, which then therefore doesn't create any nexus with the adjacent property. So we can have the situation like happened already down there where one property came in and wouldn't change the elevation of their decking to allow for an easier connection on the other side, and they built it so it made it tougher for the adjacent property owner to connect to it just because they came in first with their building plans. So that's where I see this creating a problem, and where I would just as soon leave it as it is in the plan.
I concur.
Well, my thought, Kathy had my sympathy about a system-wide plan. And I remember when I was first talking about this, I was thinking of the properties that lie between what I'll call the perpendicular accesses to the harbor. I mean, it's more than just the adjacent properties. It's probably typically 4, 5, or 6 properties, but I'm not sure that you have to go and you have to pay for a comprehensive plan of the whole commercial Embarcadero. So I would say something between the perpendicular access ways.
I think a reasonable approach is a very good example would be the Libertine. You have Rosas and you have Off the Hook, and if both of those property owners and developers aren't considering what Libertine's going to have to do at some point, or that building is going to have to do at some point, then, it's just immediately adjacent. You're not having to go half a mile down on the Embarcadero, just, right next to you.
Well, my point was then and is now that if you just have that, the last one to do it, who might be the property, say 3 or 4 down at the perpendicular access way, might have a really tough row to hoe. That's what I mean. The last person to build might have the most onerous work ahead of them. That's why I thought
it may come to the point where it's not even possible.
Yeah, the whole block should get down and I think should talk about what the boardwalk should be on their, in quotes, block. That would be my thought.
Jerry, I read this a little differently, saying that when a property owner is ready to develop this lateral access, they need to basically be in consultation with the adjacent property owners so there isn't some major inconsistency in elevation or materials or difficulty of making those connections, that they aren't doing it independently of their neighbors. So am I reading that wrong?
That's what we're trying to propose, is you work with your neighbors. So we don't have that many areas that are really left that don't already have in the block, going block by block, that's not already set. So we're only talking about a few properties, but it's the system-wide basis, really what our comment was about. So if we narrow it down, and the question is, who would pay for this? I mean, are you going to have a land surveyor come out and survey the property from the power plant to Tidelands Park? That's the system for the whole entire Embarcadero that somebody's going to have to look at. So I'm just trying to, bring things back down to the particular area. So, and again, we don't have that many places left that, that's not already set on one side or the other, that's already going to dictate they're going to have to match their neighbors. It's always been the case. We always match the neighbors.
I would say at some level, if you do say it's a system-wide basis, you're putting it on the city or the harbor department to pay for it. Because you're saying we're looking at, and a lot of the properties left, I guess, are city properties that need to do this. But so in a way, if you put it on the business owner and to talk with his neighbors about let's get this right and consistent, it might.
Okay, so maybe Susan, maybe I did, maybe I did read that wrong. Michael, you had your hand. What did you say?
I think again the idea of where is this going to apply, and we have the waterfront master plan, and hopefully we'll have another one for the Embarcadero. And to me, that's the system. The system is there's a waterfront walkway the whole length of the Embarcadero. And, the system isn't that keyed in unless you get into some of these other lateral access points where we're talking about the ends of the streets. That would seem to me, how am I supposed to know what my neighbor is when it's the city? And part of these policies are talking about abandoning parking and things like that in the spaces between, some of the leasehold sites, and that I would say that there needs to be some kind of system understanding of what's going to happen there. There isn't anybody to really plan with, because it's going to be the city putting something there at some point, I imagine. But I think there needs to be some kind of idea, some kind of, larger scheme. And when Scott was talking about the southern parts of the bay, is there a system identified for that yet? At this point, I don't think there is. So you're going on a case-by-case basis there, I guess. But it would seem to me that it would be better to have a system-wide scheme for down there, too, at some point. I just don't know, chicken or egg. If you don't have something in here, there is no system-wide basis to be investigated. So does that mean there needs to be a policy about developing a system-wide basis, whether it's in a master plan for an area or a specific plan or something like that? I don't know. And maybe Scott or Cindy or Amy could talk about, is that the kind of thing you were talking about? What did you see system-wide basis as mean?
We had a lot of conversation on this. I think both at the GPAC level and at Planning Commission about creating the connections and what that would look like. And there was discussion about, I think we talked about putting it, this would be one of the things we looked at in the waterfront master plan update. And I think there was just an overarching desire, by the GPAC and the commission to make sure that we're looking at this, comprehensively. And so I think this policy means both of those things. I think it tells you, hey, we need to have the connection between the two properties, when they're adjacent to one another, and we need to look at and have them plan for that. I mean, example of that is we literally, I think a week ago, we're on the phone with the leaseholder at the Libertine because they're going to do a redevelopment project, and we're saying, hey, you got to talk to the folks next door so you can get all that scored away. And he was all excited and was going to go run off and talk to them and get all their numbers about where they were at so we could get the design on them started. So I think it means that. And I think it means the waterfront master plan identifying the other items related to other areas on the waterfront and how we can connect those and create these connections.
Scott, you also have in your implementation actions, both LU 20 and 21 really do talk about naming and branding the entire lateral access way as the Morro Bay Harbor Walk, north and south, the entire thing. And then LU 20 keeping the clear sand and beach access, all of that. So I think it's in the implementation that, these policies find their endpoint there.
Okay, I think at this point we've had a lot of input from Kathy as the public. So I think we do need to open it up. We've got Sean's wishing to speak to these items, so I think we should open up public comment to allow him to speak. So, Anthony, is Sean still on the line?
Yes, Chair, he is. Let me go ahead and unmute him. Please stand by.
Okay, Sean, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, Planning Commissioner. A couple quick comments in response to Kathy's suggestion. Basically, it seems, I understand where she's coming from, but basically her argument is that a property like Morro Bay Landing wouldn't need to provide lateral access because Harbor Hut doesn't provide lateral access. And conversely, because Morro Bay Landing did not provide a ground level lateral access, that Harbor Hut no longer needs to provide it. And it's circular logic that basically precludes a property like the Libertine from having to meet somebody halfway. I think it's a little bit problematic if we rely on verbiage that just says you need to talk to your neighbors and at minimum require the 10-foot wide lateral access to reach the adjacent properties. Now, regarding properties that are at the street end, the dead ends that the city owns the right of way, first off, there should be a system, and the city should eventually, if not now, decide we're going to abandon one parking spot, for example, to get to that 10 feet at every street dead end. But something that hasn't been mentioned is, in addition to the lateral access working, in order for lateral access to work, there also needs to be vertical access that should not just be the 5-foot direct vertical access to the 10-foot wide lateral access, which then creates a pinch point or hidden coastal access that you see at Hofbra, at Galley, at Giovanni's, and a number of these properties that make it near impossible to locate or access the 10-foot wide access, even if it is provided. So I do think that there could be an addition of language that recommends something like as close to 45 degrees as possible for an angled connection to dead-end streets if it's not going to be a straight lateral access between adjacent neighbors. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Okay, so getting back to
Jerry, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm wondering if this could all be solved by, and I'm probably oversimplifying this, and this probably won't work, but instead, so at the end of our language, connection to adjacent properties shall be planned for and implemented on a system-wide basis, and then maybe a semicolon, that expense shall not be the sole responsibility of the developer. So in other words, well, so we're not asking them to redesign the Embarcadero. We're not asking,
I would rather just add the language, maybe leave that the same because it does say we want a system-wide basis, but then add the connection to adjacent property shall be taken into consideration and planned for between adjacent property owners at the time construction plans are submitted to the city. So there's not going to be, a 3-foot difference, say, in the height of what somebody has planned and what's possible on the next property. I don't know if it would even happen, but I think it has. There was some area where somebody had done something so high that it was, or so low that it was going to be difficult to make that transition. You want it to be relatively level. And that's what I see is happening. Not that, he didn't do it, so I don't have to do it. More, I'm going to do it now, and I want to set it up so that it's appropriate connections on either side of it.
It seems to me that they just don't want to pay for the study for the entire Embarcadero. That's to me seems to be their point.
Well, and they shouldn't, because they don't know what the entire Embarcadero is going to be doing. So why?
But it's also they need to look at 2 properties down. It may be easier for them to come up 6 inches, and then the next property to come up 6 inches on top of that, and then it'll hit the street at a foot elevation change. So it's just not the adjacent. It's 2 properties or 3 properties down that need to be looked at, so that it makes it easier for everybody and cheaper for everybody to put in their lateral access. So I think that's how I read for now. If it needs more clarification with that,
Well, I think Susan's suggestion works fine. I think if we kept the existing language and added the proposed language to it, I don't think that hurts anything.
Well, but the adjacent property, to me, adjacent property doesn't mean, as Jerry was stating, properties 2 or 3 down from the subject property. I get what Jerry's saying. That's why I said, the block between. I think any decision about the boardwalk should be contingent on what the other members on that block between the 2 perpendiculars, they all have to agree or compromise, so that, again, as Jerry was saying, the last guy doesn't end up having to spend the biggest pot.
So I would see that we have a planning department who is going to be looking at things, and a harbor department that will see it with a more global view. I would think they're likely to be able to say, your connections look good, but it looks like it's going to get too high for that guy down at the end, so let's drop them all by 3 inches. And that way it's, I don't know, but I think trying for one person to anticipate what the development might be in 20 years when that next person, the 2-person down, his lease is up, I think that's asking a lot. Plus, isn't a lot of it already done?
Yeah, I mean, in the center of the Embarcadero, this scenario that we're just talking about right now wouldn't happen because there's not 3 in a row that we already have approvals on, at least one of them.
But
it's the south end that has the most gaps.
But we also came into a problem with the Hofbrau and the lateral access at the Hofbrau, the old Hofbrau. The Jim Mauer building. So that was because the adjacent properties and the properties beyond that didn't plan for it all to meet up. And so that's what I see for as is written, solving that. It may need to be, I'm not trying to put the work onto an individual property owner, but it needs to be thought of. So if we've got a better solution or better wording for that, and even if it combines the two verbiage, the 2 paragraphs, then I'm okay with that.
I would be too.
I propose just combining those 2 paragraphs, the existing 4 and the suggested 4.
Okay. Do I get ahead? Michael, where do you fit? Okay. So we've got that solved. Okay, so then we've already talked about H. So then their next point of contention is policy LU 7.3. So I think, Kathy, if you want to come back in on this and present that to us.
Okay, happy to. So policy LU 7.3, unobstructed lateral access. This policy requires that public amenities shall not be allowed in the area of pedestrian flow and items currently there to be removed. First, it's not clear if the area of pedestrian flow is the entire 10 feet or if it's a lesser amount. I know you just talked about this a minute ago, but in the way that the policy is written, it's not clear. Second, part of the charm and attraction of the access ways are the opportunities to enjoy the experience. Benches, windscreens, trash receptacles, potted plants, and informative panels add ambiance to the access ways and should not be as stark and devoid of amenities. I would argue that the benches and the windscreens ensure a wide variety of people can utilize the area, including older citizens, those with younger kids, and the disabled. This is also in direct contradiction to other city policies, such as the Downtown Waterfront Strategic Plan that has a goal to, quote, provide a high-quality, aesthetically pleasing pedestrian environment that encourages walking, featuring trees, benches, lighting, and other amenities, outdoor dining areas, and other open spaces, end quote. And a goal that also states, quote, the strategic placement of furnishings, appropriate signage, benches, and overlooked platforms along and near the lateral access ways should create a network of outdoor spaces to socialize, enjoy the serenity, and appreciate the bay views, end quote. Your circulation policy, CIR 11, includes the standards to develop safe, accessible public amenities as well. This is a public pedestrian way and should be treated as other trails, paths, and sidewalks around the city. This policy should not be detrimental to leaseholders to achieve by requiring a 10-foot clear or unobstructed pedestrian flow. Requiring additional width potentially reduces the prime building space for the placement of trash cans, recycled cans, interpretive signage, landscaping, and other public amenities, which is not consistent with the city vision to create a pleasing pedestrian environment. The building code would require a minimum of 4 feet clear, so the new 10-foot clear is not in keeping with a known standard. If there's a minimum that the new walkway should be kept clear, it should be done per the building code. I also will reiterate that we are not asking the 10-foot walkway standard to be reduced, but only to include amenities. Our suggested language to this is to say that the lateral access, furniture, windscreens, gates, fences, or other items shall not be placed in the areas that would obstruct pedestrian flow of a lateral access way with a minimum of 4 feet clear. So I'll stop there because that was just on the topic we were just talking about.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Okay, who wants to start on this? Okay, Joseph.
Well, I would not like to see furniture, specifically benches, windscreens, gates, fences. All of that strikes me as highly inappropriate within the 10-foot space. And we've seen examples of where the various lessees have abused that on the boardwalks with tables, which imply that it's restaurant area and intimidates some of the people who would otherwise use the boardwalk. Benches, I understand benches as an amenity. I like the idea of there being trash cans and little signs talking about the bay, but I don't see why we should include things like gates, fences, and the general word furniture, which just seems to invite abuses of what the intent is.
Okay. Michael, did you?
Yeah, I completely agree with Joe. I'm a little wider than most people, but I'm also pretty tall. If I'm walking with my partner, we're 4 feet wide. If I've got my dog, we're probably 5. If another couple and their dog's coming the other way, it's 5 feet. That's 10 feet. If I've got to compress where I'm walking with my partner and because somebody else is coming in the other direction, I think it's a real mistake to 10 feet's not that wide. We have real problems with the walkways on the other side, on the Embarcadero Street side. And I don't think 10 is too much of an issue. I think the whole systemic thing we were talking about having a design where there's break points, where there's places that are meant to be designed as pauses and the whole system are really important. And the individual people will want to dwell where the tenants have their spaces to sit rather than sitting out in the public is what I think will happen. So I'd really like to keep it free. And we don't know when there's going to be a time in the future either that we might have to have an electric cart going out there for emergency purposes or something like that. We may have a different way of policing things. Who knows? But I would keep it at 10 feet.
Okay, Jesse?
Yeah, I agree with what Joe and Michael said. 10 feet. I mean, this isn't a building code issue. This is a lateral access to the ocean issue. Completely different. Apples and oranges. We shouldn't be confusing the two. I agree with Joe 100%. You know, if people are gonna put stuff in that 10 feet anyway. So if we tell them it's okay, then you know we're just opening a Pandora's box. So I think we state that you shall not, and then when they do, we have some latitude to say, okay, well seems appropriate to put a trash can there, or that seems appropriate to put a bench there for the public, and then you have the ability to leave it alone. But I think leaving this language in there is necessary.
Okay, Susan?
The main thing, I do not mind the idea of a bench along the wall, every, 20 or 30 feet as a resting place. Again, for people who are walking, that doesn't bother me, but I think I might be in the minority there. And certainly the interpretive signs, I think, are really important to have, the educational stuff. But that's not really listed here. Gates and fences don't make any sense. Furniture sitting out in the walkway, that would bother me. But again, something that's just up on the edge doesn't. Windscreens, if they're clear glass, I could see those as being appropriate at times, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they would need those there, or who would put the bill to put them up. So,
who's going to clean them?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't mean to cut you short, Susan. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we've come into this. We've gone through this problem time and time again. If you allow somebody to put a bench in the 10-foot walkway, clear walkway area, then they put a table next to it, and then they put a chair on the other side, and then they wind up putting a windscreen on the outside railing so that the people can sit there comfortably without, and then pretty soon it becomes the interior space of the restaurant. And so that's why it needs to stay 10-foot clear. If it's great to put a bench in there, then you pop that area out to 12 foot and put a bench in. As long as, and if you've got a plan for the interpretive signs, so then you design the signs to sit so that they're still clear of the 10-foot walkway. So, so I think it's pretty clear that everybody, so I think that's where we're going with that. So, everybody clear on that? Okay. Okay, so then we're on to policy LU 7.5. So Kathy, do you want to take a?
Well, that's pretty much. That's just pretty much what we've just been talking about. I guess that what we're just trying to say is that when we're required, or these folks are required to put trash cans in the interpretive signage, that those ought to be amenities that are, since they're required to be within the 10-foot area. I can understand the gates, the windscreens, and that kind of stuff, but just the normal public amenities, we're just asking that you allow in the 10-foot space that's there.
Okay, I think we've gone through that then.
Okay, so
the only thing is, excuse me, I have just a little issue with the access waypoints, at all access waypoints. That didn't seem to read very clear. Does anybody else have a problem with that? Because we're not limited it to all access waypoints. We're talking about the whole system.
What are we talking about?
Okay, on the policy of LU 7.5, at the end of it provides clear signage, including appropriate interpretive sign amenities such as benches, picnic, recycle service point at all access waypoints. So I'm not sure where access waypoints fits in. Is that the proper term to use there? Because that could be anywhere in the system. It could be mid-span, interpretive signs could be there. They don't have to be at the start or end of a lateral access.
Pretty standard ADA language. Okay. Access points, yeah.
Those will be the, entry exit points to the harbor walk.
Isn't that kind of contradictory? And wasn't Sean saying that a lot of those points tend to be narrow? So it'd be better to expand them and not have picnic tables in the way?
Well, we're still requiring the 10-foot clear. I think that's one of the things Sean said was that he was, that most of those are reduced down to 5 feet.
Yeah.
And that's where they're problematic. So.
I'm also assuming that was anticipating that abandonment of those parking streets type of thing, where the street parking between at the dead ends on the waterfront, it seemed like we were retreating from parking there so that those would be more open space pieces where they could have amenities like this in between the segments of the harbor walk.
Or the street ends could get built out. Either way.
Right. But that's what I think that was intended for, was places like that, not a 5-foot walkway to get down to the harbor wall.
You could add vertical access waypoints. That might limit it more than you want. I don't know.
I don't think, my point was we were limiting it where we may not, I was thinking more of opening the clause up more than limiting it down. But if everybody's comfortable with it, I'm fine. But it's also, if the city ever got rich, those street ends are such a resource that could be developed to be popped out, to have access points down to the water where you could have kayak landings and you could have, floating docks there and, really an active interaction between the bay and, and the visitors. And so there's such a resource there, such an opportunity there that, it's a shame to see them the way most of them are, and to think of them mostly as parking, where there's so much where you could park people down on the, on the triangle lot and bus them in rather than parking them along the bayfront, for one car. Anyway, that's a digression. So we're comfortable with it as written in the plan, and that's what I saw. So then we're on policy LU 7.8, sea level rise and impacts on lateral access. So, yes. Kathy, would you like to jump back in on this?
Okay. This topic of sea level rise is very complex. The Coastal Commission Sea Level Rise Policy Guidance contains framing principles and steps for addressing sea level rise. The guidance also says that the steps can be modified and adapted to fit the needs of the individual planning efforts and communities. So in our case, the Embarcadero is a strategic economic center that funds the Harbor Department and contains key defining assets to symbolize moral-based character. The city did a sea level rise adaptation strategy report in January 2018 and should continue to monitor and update these reports as the policy indicates. However, property-specific addresses in the policies that are mandatorily requiring the raising of the lateral access way, and in some cases by 2050, without using best available science at the appropriate time is guesswork at best. This policy is specific to the lateral access and does not take into consideration the protection of the state tidelands trust area as a whole. Any adaptation strategy should be considered for this particular area with attention to local priorities and goals. Furthermore, Plan Morro Bay does state, quote, to adapt the most extreme sea level rise estimates, the waterfront may need to be elevated to protect the infrastructure and resources from sea level rise. However, this is unlikely to occur within the 2040 planning horizon, end quote. We recommend that the city reevaluate and revise its policy to continue monitoring, use available resources and best available science to assess whether the project site is vulnerable and can be defended or design changes are required. So we recommend that the references A through J be deleted in its entirety because they're address specific to in this particular section, and we believe there's too much detail with requiring some modifications and as soon as 30 years from now.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Okay, thank you, Kathy. So, Scott, where did this language come from?
It was jointly put together between us, the sea level rise report that we did. I'll send this back a little ways. We received grant funding to do this, and there were requirements that came out of that. The original grant funding came out of the Ocean Protection Council, and so there were requirements that came out of that grant that required us to do this. And then Coastal Commission also reviewed the documents and was specific to having these thresholds and timelines in place to address and for the city to be adapted to sea level rise change. And so that's where this comes from. I mean, this has all been reviewed by the Coastal Commission. This is the type of language they asked us to put in here. This is the language they reviewed and they've accepted. So.
Okay. So at this point, I want to open it up for if anybody's out there that wishes to speak to this, anybody else that wishes to speak to this item. So, Anthony, is there anybody with their hands raised out there?
Yes, Chair. I do see a raised hand from Betty Winholtz. Just a moment. Let me go ahead and unmute her. Okay, Betty, you are unmuted and free to give your testimony, please.
Thank you. I'm Betty Winholtz. I'm not really wanting to give testimony. It's more a point of information, and that is, will you not be dealing with the environmental justice element tonight? Because this has been dominating the evening. I just don't know whether to hang in there or to give up.
At this point, we had planned to do the justice. The environmental justice element. We thought we were going to be able to get through this. So at this point, Scott, I think we're going to need another meeting. I could see this taking the rest of this meeting to get through this.
I am seeing the same thing that you are from a timeline standpoint, yes.
So, Betty, I apologize to that. But look at all the great entertainment you've had.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, bringing it back to the commission here. Questions or Michael, go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, I didn't go back and look at the provenience of the study we did, but my recollection is they're basing these numbers off of stuff that got on the buoy they're tracking off Avila. So these aren't somebody in Washington making these things up. These are actual numbers that they're trying to use local criteria from, and it's a pretty wide. I mean, I think it's 1.5 to 5.5 feet, if I'm not mistaken, is the range. So I think it is incumbent to be cautious, but we do have indices locally that are showing what's going on. It's not nobody's making these numbers up. These are real numbers. But I think it's a matter of where it says will and may could be softened a bit, but it's a long-term document. It's meant to show this is a real issue, and all our indices show it could be a significant issue. So I don't think we should delete anything, but I think we should be cautious about the way we say may happen, because at this point, that's really all we know.
So just a second, Scott, where are we above king tide? Where's the Embarcadero, the roadway above king tide at this point now? Do you have any data on that?
So if you look at the sea level rise studies, we don't have, and Patty accurately points this out, there's not really any impacts, to the city through the lifetime of this document. The problem is the development that would get approved in association with this document will live well beyond its time frame. And so we know, if you don't plan out further than that, like, yes, the time frame for this is 20 years-ish, but if you don't plan out beyond that, then we're not doing anything 20 years from now, and sea level is rising faster than we thought, or even at the same level we thought. It's too late if we allow some of these properties to redevelop and they don't address the issue. That's the concern, is because then what happens then? We need to, the whole point behind these policies is to have us looking at them now and to continue to look at them, basically every couple of years to make sure we're tracking what sea level is doing, what sea level rise is doing. Because it could be rising much faster than we anticipated in this study, or it could rise slower. We don't know.
So, one thing I didn't pick up as a tracking mechanism in this document for that, did I miss that? Or the way to adapt these requirements would be adaptable if the sea level rise is faster, or if it's slower, then how do we adapt this document without going back through the Coastal Commission?
Well, if we have, must-do things in here and the sea level rise is not rising to the same level that was anticipated in our studies, then we'd have to go back and change them. This document has us looking at sea level rise. Was it every 5 years we're supposed to look at it? I forget now.
I believe so. I was just looking for those specifics, but there are multiple policies and actions to monitor and adapt.
Yeah.
And I can look for the specific references. Also, I know there's a comment, I think it was on this one, but it may be coming up, about if the entire Embarcadero needs to be raised. That would not be something that the city would be involved with that. As my recollection from all of the reports, that wouldn't be something that the city wouldn't bear a big part of the cost of. So I don't know if that needs to be clarified. And Cindy and Scott, jump in if I'm not saying this exactly right. But if a project of that level would definitely involve the city.
Yeah. Yes.
To a great extent.
One of the points that Kathy has made that is salient on this is that that some of these utilities, such as drainage and fire sprinklers and plumbing lines and stuff, have to be set below floor levels. So dealing with, sprinkler levels, so essentially you're going to have to be raising the entire structure to make some of these systems work.
There are a number of things that could potentially need to happen. It just, we don't know what the answers to all those are. This document tells us we need to start looking at it and thinking about what we're going to do. Because it's, this document and all the research we've done to this point anticipates sea level rise happening.
Yes.
Putting the hands over the eyes isn't going to fix it. Is it going to be expensive? Absolutely. It's why we're doing the planning in this document to start the conversation, really. I mean, that's what this is. This is like step one.
Okay. Joseph, go ahead.
I thought that the use of the words will need repeatedly, I thought was curious. I mean, again, this is a document this part of it's aspirational. It's urging us to do this. It's saying it would be wise to do this. But I may be wrong, but I don't see anything that's, compulsion. It's not compelling. So I don't see anything that we lose by putting it in. And I do see we lose something if we don't include it, because if we don't include it, we exclude really, essential warnings for the future. So I don't see that there's any problem in having these words in the document. It's not forcing anybody to do something 20 years from now that has some horrible unintended consequences, because we will have figured that out by then. That's my point.
Okay, Jesse?
Yeah, I have the same comment. I mean, it kind of contradicts itself where it says may be required in A. At the last sentence, it says, may be required in this area, blah, blah, blah. But then it says will. So I think we need to soften that language significantly and say may be required. throughout.
Okay. Susan, did you wish to speak to this?
I certainly agree with obviously the need for monitoring, and that will be required or need to be monitored, so on. Yeah, I could see softening the language, again, because we can anticipate it's happening, but things could change. I don't know. I think we're okay to leave it as it is.
But just a little tidbit I'll throw in here on this because it's getting late in the night. The last time the CO2 levels were measured consistently in the atmosphere at this level that they are now, I think it's a little over 418 parts per million, I believe, was 30 million years ago. And the sea level at that point was 200 feet higher than it is now. So we are going to get sea level rise.
Get a boat.
Yeah.
An ark.
Right, but I've seen some geological reports that indicate that different areas of the coast are subsiding differently. Goldita, Point Sal are subsiding substantially, and the north coast of San Luis Obispo County has risen in the last 5 to 10 years. So, not to say that this isn't an issue. It definitely is an issue. Climate change definitely is an issue, and we need to be aware of it. But will need to be raised may not be correct.
Okay, so where do we stand on that? Do we soften the wills, or what would that do to the document, Scott?
A couple ways to look at this. This is based on the studies that we did. It says will. It doesn't say that will need to be raised is predicated on development tomorrow. If this thing is adopted and put in place and certified tomorrow, it doesn't mean that these lease sites, as they redevelop tomorrow, have to do this.
Okay.
What does it say exactly? How do you interpret it?
At some point, it needs to be addressed, right? I mean, that's kind of where it's at. It's softer language. We could add may as opposed to will if you want. It's probably similar, but we could do that if you want.
I don't mind if it says will be need to raised in some scenarios, in some projections, because that would say that at least there's evidence of some kind saying that it's likely to happen or possible to happen. But I just taught the same maps Jesse was talking about a couple of weeks ago in my class, showing people that it's doing this as well as the sea rise coming up. So they're chasing each other around here, and it's a very bizarre set of maps. Doesn't make any sense, but
I agree with you.
That's what the satellites are telling us, at least. So.
Yeah.
This was based on the report and the projections for these years that are noted here. So it sounds like it's not what you guys just reviewed, and that's totally valid. But this was based on the science that was done for this effort.
I remember from the beginning of GPAC, it was 2.5 years, Scott, something like that. They decided to look at 100-year projections. And by the end of that GPAC term, the 100-year projections had already become the 50-year projections. So there was change that fast. I mean, that stuck in my head. So if sea level doesn't rise, nobody's going to say, hey, you got to float your buildings, obviously. But we have to plan for it. We have to anticipate that could happen so that the kinds of structures we're building are not immutable. They have to be able to adjust and be flexible.
It does say due to anticipated sea level rise impacts. So it does say anticipated. It doesn't say proven. So it could be that's fine. Nobody's going to, like Susan said, nobody's going to make anybody raise their building if we don't have evidence to support it.
And I think the language lends itself to that. I mean, there's not a timeline or a trigger necessarily in here. So I think not having that gives the city the flexibility, to look at it and see if it's necessary or not.
I think if I can speak to Kathy's point, which is Kathy's probable point, is, we haven't been the most consistent jurisdiction on earth. So maybe not giving a future planning director, which may not be as open-minded as Scott Graham, if it says will, they may say, no, it says will, you shall. So.
Amy, Cindy, was any of this language changed by Coastal? Do you recall?
I don't think so.
Okay, it didn't strike me as that it was either. So,
my recollection is that when Coastal was looking at the adoption hearing draft, just recent conversations from Kevin, is that the general sense that I got was that they don't think that we're strong enough on these policies, and that they have concerns about our hazard policies. So I would think that any feedback from staff to Coastal to say our planning commission looked at this at the adoption hearing and they want to soften the language, I don't think that would go over well with them. I think their take is that that sea level rise is happening now, and we need to have gotten ahead of this years ago. So that's my take on it.
That largely has been what they've expressed to us.
Yeah.
Okay. So where do we stand on this? Just go ahead.
Well, I just think that the language is pretty clear that we will need to do something when sea level rises to a certain level in 2050. Just what Michael has said, if that doesn't happen, the need evaporates. So I think the language is fine.
Okay. So is everybody for, or how many are for leaving the language as is? Okay. Okay. So that's what it shall be.
I would just note one more thing in one of the more recent comments we got from Coastal. They didn't comment on this policy, but they asked for some changes in some of the other policies that refer to a year of projection to actually change it to the number of feet that is estimated in that year. So we could do that here as well. And their comment was that then we know what the raise in sea level was that was associated with that year, rather than someone having to go look that up elsewhere in the document.
So you would tie the feet into the years on this document here.
Yeah, so the edits they made that they're recommending, for example, to, let's see, they didn't actually put in the policy numbers, but there are some places, where it says utilities, floating docks, and storm drains may begin to encounter high water level issues by 2050. That's what it says now. They suggested changing 2050 to with X feet of sea level rise. So whatever number that is in the report that's associated with 2050.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that would be a smart move to do. So we're tying the actual sea level rise, instead of a year basis where we're trying to guess what the sea level rise, where we have an existing sea level rise that we can quantify, then I think that's smart to include that.
That would lend itself to better and more accurate data when 2050 comes, right?
Right.
I agree.
You got agreement on that? Okay.
Okay, great.
Can you do that, Amy?
We can do that.
Awesome. Okay. I think that will address some of the problems of the leaseholders too, because I think part of their concern, and I'm projecting here, but part of their concern is having to do work that they don't think that's going to be necessary. Spending money to do stuff that they don't think is necessary. Okay, so then do we want to take a couple-minute break here? Let's see, what time is it? It's 8:49. Do we want to go ahead and take 10, 11 minutes here and come back at 9 and work on this some more? Or you want to keep muddling through? Okay, so let's reconvene at 9 and give us a chance to stretch our legs. Okay, we'll call the meeting to order again. We're at policy LU 8.7, Embarcadero Coastal Hazard Standards. So, Kathy, would you like to tell us what you're thinking on this?
Sure. First, this policy is under goal LU8, which states, quote, Morro Bay's downtown and waterfront areas are active and welcoming locations for shopping, recreation, public access, visitor serving needs, and coastal services, end quote. So really there's a question, this is a section on coastal hazards, so does this goal really belong in this particular place? We're going to ask you if this goal should be relocated to goal PS-3, which states Morro Bay is prepared for and responsive to the effects of sea level rise and other coastal hazards in both the shorter and longer term future. So I'll move on. I got a couple of comments in general with this policy, but that's the first thing is that this is the correct place. Second, we need to remember that the Army Corps constructed the Embarcadero and Rock revetment back in the 1940s. So there's an approximate 80-year-old structure that the city requires the leaseholders to maintain and repair when necessary, but this policy is requiring additional studies and in some instances limitations on what can be proposed as a project. Third, you are essentially combining two separate issues by including the, quote, fill and placement of materials in coastal waters, end quote, with shoreline protective devices. Fill and placement of materials in coastal waters usually refers to piles, floating docks, and other structures, which could include the rock revetments, seawalls, and other protective devices. However, this policy is about coastal hazards and should be specifically pertaining to the placement of shoreline protective devices or armoring. The Coastal Commission LCP update guide provides information in Section 9 that describes shoreline armoring, sea level rise, impacts, and maintenance. Coastal Act Section 30235 pertains to shoreline protective devices. However, for fill in coastal waters, it's under Section 30233. It is a part of the Coastal Act to evaluate the least environmentally damaging alternative, but not in the context of pilings and docks. The Coastal Act also recognizes the necessity for protecting existing structures or public beaches in danger from erosion, repair, and maintenance of these protective structures. Please note that there will be a CEQA or equivalent review, and in some cases, a proposed project will be exempt under CEQA. This process will consider environmental impacts and incorporate mitigation measures to minimize the impacts of the proposed project where appropriate. The additional language included in the subcategories does not necessarily relate to the main goal in determining environmental feasibility of any alternative, minimum placement of fill in materials, or minimizing adverse environmental effects. Specifically the following. A, upon the lease site approval or renewal, lease sites adjacent to the bayfront shall be required to relocate any underdeck utilities to a location above the sea level rise zone. The applicant or leaseholder will be required to relocate these underdeck utilities to a location at the time of the lease site approval or renewal. This is in complete unknown, as a lease site may be required to elevate utilities above an existing level of a building that would not be feasible and is required to do it at an unknown level to accommodate for the sea level rise. For example, if a leaseholder renews a lease 5 years after the adoption of this policy, they will be required to elevate the underdeck utilities well beyond the level of an unknown future point. Number B, decks, piers, and other immobile bayside lateral accessways should be raised or reconstructed to heights above the sea level rise in inundation zone. Docks and piers and other immobile bayside lateral accessways should be raised to heights above the sea level rise. Take note that the definition of should provided in the plan is stated should and may are mandatory unless there's a compelling reason to do otherwise. However, this will be done irrespective of the relationship of the existing building and the adjacent lease sites, ADA standards, and absent a defined period of time for this is to be done that would necessitate planning for more than just one project area, but more like the entire Embarcadero area. And C, the at-risk storm drains should be redesigned or relocated to maintain a full function and prevent flooding as the tides continue to rise. Taking into consideration that there are storm drains that are at risk for flooding, tides, and or sea level rise, then a greater issue at hand is for all the buildings and the other development that need to be considered on an area-wide basis. So we raise these questions. Will the policy require the applicants to study the entire city storm drain system for the Embarcadero? Will the policy require that the applicant pay for the relocation of one or more of these storm drains? Our suggested language is to move this policy to goal PS-3 and revise to, in the Embarcadero area, development shall include all feasible measures to avoid, or if avoidance is infeasible, to mitigate against coastal hazard threats and potential impacts to coastal resources. Secondly, we were asking that you delete number A through C, as these are undefined for specific and create unintended consequences that cannot be remedied with a reasonable time frame or with just one project. And I'll stop right there for that one.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. Okay, questions for staff? Is Jesse? You're muted.
God, this seems like language that probably was required. Is that the case?
Yeah, I believe all of it is from the Coastal Commission. Is that correct, Amy, Cindy?
I don't think it's all directly from them. A lot of it is from the sea level rise report, like the underdeck utility part. I was just looking back at it during the break. There's a lot of information about the underdeck utilities analysis in there.
Oh, this is the one they moved. Wasn't this in coastal hazards before?
Yeah. So to respond to the part of the comment about the organization, so when Coastal reviewed the public draft, they asked that we include one place in the document where policies that are specific to the Embarcadero live. So it makes sense that you notice that, because there are a variety of policies here, and a lot of them came from a different element than the land use element. We, meaning Cindy, Scott, and I, decided that this was where we would make that section. It could go somewhere else in the document, but Coastal requested that all these things live together, so there would be things that don't seem to belong no matter where we put it. So that's the answer to that comment. I think, yeah.
And some of this was also to create language so we could repair these types of things, including seawalls, or put them in the bay, because we can't put them in anyplace else. They're prohibited in the document for the most part, unless your property predated the Coastal Act. And that would have been the same thing, that policy wasn't specific to the Embarcadero area. I mean, we had to work with them to make sure that they weren't giving us that same, that limitation related to protection of the bay that you have in areas that are on bluffs and things like that, where they don't allow you to put protective measures in place, like seawalls and things like that, because we have to have those if we're going to have the bay. That's why some of this is, they asked us to put some of these all in one location. It's to also help separate them from the other policies that say you can't do these things outside of the bay.
Okay. Scott, it seems like, Kathy's concern and the leaseholder's concern is that, and I can understand it, is that, if a leasehold is renewed, or they're coming in for a major project or a renovation, that they're going to be required to raise to the next level, regardless of whether their neighbors are raising or not.
Well, that's how you do it, right? We can't do it all at one time. There's no money available out there to go get everybody to do it at one time. So it happens on a case-by-case basis as each of these properties we develop. That's how, we had long conversations with Coastal about this. And this is sort of the direction they went. We went, after talking with them. I don't know.
Well, then how do you, let me ask how you deal with the Embarcadero one level and the buildings and the infrastructure that needs to be required at another level, and they don't match up.
It can and potentially will create issues. There's some things that they're going to have to be studied. This document tells us we need to go study them. This is a general plan telling us the issues that we have in the city, and then tells us, hey, these are the things you got to go resolve, and there's implementation items that speak to that. We don't have the information now because we're not there. We haven't adopted the document yet. So we don't have the guidance. I mean, if this stuff wasn't in here, we wouldn't go do it, right, necessarily. Or do one-offs, based on what Coastal Commission wanted or something like that. But at least the guidance is in here. So that's what will happen. I mean, that's how you have to do these, is case by case.
I was trying to figure out, the part about fill and things like that, and it's because you're stretching it across so many conditions, you really have to take into account the Embarcadero is probably not going to use that rock revetment once the level gets higher. It's going to go to to the sheets, and then fill behind it, and you'll probably have a few piles out there in the water side to get the docks and things to the right levels. But it struck me as all needing to be there. I thought about these comments quite a bit, and it just struck me that the one thing about the Coastal Commission has the authority to remove the seawall and let it return to nature. I didn't understand that one, but the other ones I thought all made sense given the kinds of construction on the harbor that are likely to have to happen eventually.
Good. Anybody else?
Yeah, I thought about this a lot as well when I left that meeting that we had over at the harbor there. And I see their point, but I definitely see the need to have this language in there. I mean, I think we could possibly entertain modifying it to make them feel more comfortable with what's occurring. But I mean, it all has to be there, I think.
I mean, I certainly don't. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't say this in a flippant way. I understand why they're concerned, and I understand why they don't want this in here. I mean, I get it. They don't want to do it. It's expensive. I fully agree with that. And we had conversations about this before when it was brought up. And I think we talked about, these requirements back at GPAC and when the Planning Commission reviewed this previously. I mean, I think that the general concurrence was, this wasn't going to be an easy policy for folks to swallow. I don't think anybody ever thought that. But I think everybody thought that it was necessary.
Joseph?
Well, Kathy's objection, major objection, I think, is that some of these leaseholders would be asked to do things when their lease expires, and that might be significantly before they actually had to do something to modify the changing environment. And if all things were equal, wouldn't it be cheaper to sort of fix the Embarcadero all at once rather than doing it piecemeal? So I wonder if these provisions would all be in effect. It's like a leaseholder has to make these changes if there's imminent danger of inundation, and if there isn't, at that point, he has to agree to a date to reconvene when to reevaluate it. So that would, that kind of a mechanism would eliminate somebody having to, write a check before he really had to do it. And it might aggregate more of the leaseholders at the same time, and they could probably get a cheaper bid to do the work that they had to do. That's my thought. Crickets.
Yeah, no, the problem with me is more the timing. Not that the work needs to be done or will need to be done. And the efficiency of doing it piecemeal, rather than raising the Embarcadero up 2 feet all the way across, and then everybody move everything up 2 feet all at once, kind of like what they did with Avila. It seems like that's the approach that should be taking, rather than, hopscotching it down with because what's going to happen is that the leaseholds are, if it's required at time of renewal of the lease, you're going to have leaseholders that just aren't going to renew the lease, and then the lease will just sit there because it's going to cost too much for somebody to go in there and do it. That's what the danger I see, rather than seeing it as a systematic approach where you have almost like a utility district or a district that looks at this 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line and says, okay, we got to do this as one and put an assessment on each of these leaseholds at that point, something. So maybe, I don't know. That seems to be a smarter way to go about it, or a more appropriate way, rather than doing it in a hopscotch fashion. But I don't know how we create that condition in this one paragraph.
Well, and we can't right now. We're looking at it the way that it would be done here would be as the lease sites be developed, because there is no money available to do this right now, and the city has no money and isn't going to have any money in the near future to do any of these things. The waterfront barely supports the harbor department at this point. So that's any indication of the city's financial status. But I think it probably is something that we get picked up in the waterfront master plan and we start looking at it. I think it even says that in the implementation items. It's the only implementation item. So yeah, I don't know that you're going to come up with the answer here, because we don't have the information behind it necessarily, other than we have the sea level rise information and we know we need to do it, and we know if we wait to 2050 it'll be too late. We won't have an Embarcadero.
Yeah,
I think the actions in this policy were meant to capture some of the things that are short of raising the entire level of the Embarcadero. Again, that can't be done on a piecemeal basis, but the things that are described here, some of them may be able to be done. And it sounds like some underdeck utilities might be able to be relocated, but some might not without relocating the whole structure. So it's definitely a case by case.
We have to look at it. That's the thing. When it comes forward, we have to say, hey, you have this issue. What can you fix?
So if I can just add in real quickly, but the policy does say that upon lease site approval or renewal, the lease sites adjacent to the bayfront shall be required. So if you're understanding that there's going to be some issues and we have to take a look at this on a case-by-case basis, the trigger at approval or renewal, and you can get an approval on a lease. Libertine is going to be coming through soon. So if Libertine is just lagging behind a couple of years and they come in, let's say 5 years from now, and this policy is in place, well, that's a lease site approval. So this is going to trigger that to the Libertine pub when they come in 5 years from now. So it's just on the shorter term basis that we shouldn't use a trigger for the approvals or the renewals of lease to do this.
For me, the key is that it says above the sea level rise zone. So it's not saying the projected sea level rise zone. It's like what the current state is when that lease site renewal happens.
But if that happens in 5 years, what do we do?
If it happens in 5 years and sea level rise is impacting those facilities, then I think that's the intent, is that something needs to occur at that point. There's a change that needs to happen.
Right. The lifespan of these buildings is only, 20 years anyway. So, 20 years, what are the leases? Scott, 10, 20 years?
When you do full redos, you can get up to 50 years.
Yeah. So, yeah.
It's just a modification to allow, on a case-by-case basis or when necessary or something, but, just to trigger the automatic requirement for this to be done when there's a lease renewal or approval, then we're just asking you understand that it's not going to happen at all the times. But it's, again, somebody picks up this document 10 years from now, it's black and white. That's what it says you have to do.
So what I could see is creating the action plan and the plan to do that at lease renewal, and having set points in the plan to have specific actions done as the leases, as time goes by and the zone changes. So so that rather than requiring that all of the work be done at the time of the renewal, to basically have an implementation plan for each property that goes on a timeline where these have to be done by a certain sea level rise datum point or date.
Can I ask a question here?
Sure.
We're not asking that they raise the building utility infrastructure to a point we project for the life of for the sea level rise at the end of the lease, right? We're just asking for it at the beginning of the lease, where the sea level rise is currently.
Yeah, I didn't read that. That wasn't.
It would be. I think it would be protect these things for. I think what you're looking at here is through the horizon period for the studies that we've done, or really more realistically through the life span for the building. That's my guess.
Which would be the lease term, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that isn't clear in here.
I like your idea, Jerry, of changing the wording that they would be required to prepare a plan to relocate any underdeck utilities, et cetera, with a timeline, perhaps. I mean, that would be something that, maybe it's not reasonable or feasible to do it in that 5-year time period, but maybe 10 years it is. But they have to have the plan to show that they're going to do it.
With a schedule for completion.
With a schedule, yeah.
I'm confused what we're talking about there as well. Are we talking about sewer? Are we talking about storm drains? Are we talking about all of it?
Yes, we're talking about fire sprinklers underneath the raised portions. We're talking about sewer. We're talking about storm drains. We're talking about plumbing that runs underneath the decking and stuff.
But we're not talking about it has to be, the whole building has to be raised. We're talking.
It may be. I mean, if your building is below the projected projected water level in 25 years, you're going to need to raise the whole building also.
So we raise the whole building, and then our lateral access is higher than everybody else's, and then we
exactly.
It's also, remember, like it says we're supposed to do this. It doesn't give us the timing of all of it. But we have all the flexibility to put that in there when they come forward. We'll be looking at it. I think the best available science that we have in recalculating what sea level rise looks like, right? And then they said, okay, well, you came forward for your redevelopment, and based on current data, the utilities, these XY utilities that are on your lease site are going to be threatened 10 years from now. So you need to relocate them in 7.
But it doesn't say that, Scott.
It doesn't not say that either.
What it does say is that at the time of the lease renewal, that they shall be required to relocate any underdeck utilities.
7 years from the date.
Pardon?
Shall be required to relocate 7 years from the date. There's flexibility built in here. The language isn't super specific.
Yeah, see, I don't see the time period in here where.
I don't see it either.
Where it gives them that time to do the work, or that time to keep above the sea level rise. It says at the time of renewal that they have to come in with a plan to do the work, is the way I read it.
Well, I wouldn't mind. We can go and talk to Coastal if we can add that language to it, whether they'd accept it or not.
Okay.
That solves the issue, right?
I think that would be fine, just so long as they have a plan and a schedule for the work to be done prior to the water lapping at the feet of the cooks. But so where does the rest of the commission stand on that? Okay, you good on that, Joe?
Yeah, because that's eliminate Kathy's major objection, which is leaseholders being asked to do something a bit prematurely. And from what Scott's saying, we could avoid that by having a plan is a mature plan.
Okay, Amy, is that feasible? to put that in?
I thought we were talking to Coastal. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we need. I don't know if they're going to accept that or not. What I was saying is I can look in here and see that we have the flexibility to do that ourselves. I don't know what Coastal's going to say about it. With the way that it's written, I think we do. I don't know, but if they wouldn't accept it, then the condition wouldn't matter. So.
Okay. Well, let's give it a try.
Okay.
Okay, Kathy. Next item.
Okay, I'm going to kind of do a few of them together because some of them are pretty easy. I'm going to skip over the implementation action, CD11, CD13, and CD14 because you've already discussed this, and you can just look at our comment letter if you wanted to do something. Next one, CIR 1.10, goods movement. Short comment is that expansion of the loading areas should not displace existing parking. So I'm going to comment on that. CIR 2, I forgot the first one, street and pedestrian connections. Our only comment is parking is crucial on the Embarcadero area, and its disbursement throughout the area is also important. Rather than relocating parking to accommodate the street and end lateral access, the access way should be built seaward over the rock riprap areas or above the water areas west of the street ends where there's no impact to eelgrass. It's perfectly acceptable to build over the rock riprap because it will impact eelgrass there. So our suggested language on that is to create safer and more distinct lateral access connections across the street ends on the west side of the Embarcadero at Dunes, Harbor, Marley Boulevard, Front, Pacific, Marina, and Driftwood Streets. It should be noted that the intent of the planning is to get people out of their cars and walking, so let them park and walk. I'll skip on next to the blueprint section 3-F, which is noise, vibration.
Kathy, let's hold off on that, and let's just handle these items right here, right now.
Okay.
Before we get to the noise, it seems like the noise there were several things ran together with the noise, on that. So if you don't mind, let's go over the parking and the street ends. Let's start with the policy CIR 1.10.
Yeah, that's commercial loading zones.
Who wants to weigh in? It's Michael.
Yeah, I was looking at I think it was called the Community Livability Survey that was done for the plan, for the environmental justice section. And I hadn't seen that for a long time. And they had some interesting pieces in there. And one of them was specifically that I think they were saying people wanted to see, not the merchants, but the people that were in the survey wanted to see the ends of the streets opened up more as park-like space. So that was an official city document that, it was already out there. And I think we have to be cautious that, there's a lot of functions that have to happen down there, but there's also a lot of ways for them to happen without keeping it exactly the way it is now. There's lots of ways deliveries happen in different parts of the world without having streets, and there's all sorts of ways that you can accommodate things like handicapped access parking or special consideration kind of things without, turning the stubs into complete parking lots. So I'm all for keeping keeping our goals as to what's the urban design quality here. And it should be pedestrian, not automobile. And it should be toward making amenities of the waterfront rather than a parking lot, I think.
Joseph?
Yeah, I agree. And, I think the studies increasingly indicate that, making something pedestrian friendly ultimately is to, major business improvement for all the merchants. And it just outweighs, more people show up, it just outweighs the convenience of parking. And then the other thing is, parking's going to look very different in 10 years, to say nothing of 20 years. I mean, I don't know what artificial intelligence is going to do for long hauls, but GPS and artificial intelligence, you're going to be able to summon your car and you're going to be able to send it back to some satellite parking area. So I don't think this is even going to be a concern in the not too distant future. So I'd say keep it as it is, keep the plan as it is.
Hey, Susan?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Jesse, thumbs up or?
I agree with everything. I think it's fine the way it is. I've been long a proponent of getting rid of the cars down in the Embarcadero. So.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we're in concurrence there. Keep those languages the way they are. And I don't think anybody is going to get rid of all the parking on the Embarcadero anytime soon. So I don't think that's a concern. Okay. So Kathy, do you want to get into the noise and vibration?
Yeah, sure. So blueprint section 3F, which is the noise, vibration decibels. There's this section discussion on vibration, but there's no policies that refer to this. If the language is included, then it should be consistent with the draft EIR comments, which states on page 4.10 through 16, quote, this analysis assumes that construction activity would not involve the use of vibration-generating pile drivers, as discussed in Impact N1. There are no anticipated major sources of operational ground-borne vibration in the city through the general plan and LCP update horizon. Therefore, this analysis focuses on the potential vibration impacts during construction activity, end quote. So therefore, marine construction should be specifically exempted from these policies. So the EIR talks to that. So mainly my comments about noise and et cetera have to do with marine impacts. Policy NOI 1.4, acoustical studies. We are just simply asking that the policy add the language marine, waterfront, and harbor-related temporary construction, such as pile driving, shall be exempt. There are some requirements for acoustical studies for marine mammals required by the National Marine Fisheries for impact hammers. However, this part of the federal is a part of the federal permit requirement, so it's not necessary to include the specific language in Plan Morro Bay. Implementation action NOI-5, same thing. It says require acoustical studies for all discretionary development proposals. Again, we're just asking that the marine, waterfront, and harbor be exempt. And basically the same thing with policy NOI 3.3, construction shielding. It appears the main goal is for residential construction. However, to be clear, we want to make sure that the marine construction is exempt. And since there's residential neighborhoods in close proximity to the waterfront, then we just really need to be concerned about the marine, especially the pile driving for docks and et cetera. So I'll stop there because that's all the noise ones I have.
Okay, great, Kathy. Thank you. Okay, who wants to? Well, I don't see anybody jumping in on this. So basically, these are just calling for plans for the marine, for the noise studies and stuff. And do we really want to exempt all of the marine activity from requiring noise studies and mitigation if it's harmful?
Well, it seems like CEQA may pick up some of this. Scott, what do you?
Right.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, I don't even think we could do that, right?
Yeah.
If it's required under a CEQA analysis to provide the study, then that's fine. But we're just asking that you just don't put a policy language in that's actually mandatory to the start. If you're using an impact hammer, of course you're going to have noise. But with a vibration, the vibratory hammer, you don't really have that noise. But there's really no policies that talk specifically about this vibration. So that's where the concern is by asking for the exemption on the waterfront, the harbor, is that you don't necessarily always have to do an acoustical study. But again, this policy requires it.
I might.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt Commissioner Croft. Yeah.
No, go ahead, Cindy.
Okay, I was just going to add that by exempting marine construction, because we might expect that to be covered under a CEQA, might actually preclude the ability to potentially exempt projects in the future from CEQA, because CEQA expects that we would follow our own policies, and if we're exempting it, then we're not considering the environmental impact. So there might be a consideration by the commission to not exempt marine construction as Ms. Novak's requests.
Do we need to put in standards for vibration? Do we have standards and thresholds for vibrations in the marine environment that would create harm?
I was looking that up. Would you happen to know, either Amy or Scott?
Not sure. I flagged these as things to possibly check in with Rincon on. I was not an author of
It
this.
seems like the Army Corps would probably have something. Because once you get in the water, aren't you under their jurisdiction?
Yes, but the Army Corps is just the federal agency that issues the permit, and they take comments from like National Marine Fisheries and all the other federal agencies, and with the comments they get from the federal agencies, then they put that in as conditions of approval in their permit. So if there's noise impacts from like impact pile driving, then of course, yeah, you're going to have to do acoustical studies. But if you use a vibratory hammer, there's no requirements for acoustical studies.
But Kathy, you're asking that we exempt pile driving. So, in your suggested language on acoustical studies, you say marine, waterfront, and harbor-related temporary construction such as pile driving shall be exempt of requiring studies.
How about if we say such as vibratory pile driving and make it more clear? Because really that's what we're kind of after, is not requiring acoustical studies for the vibratory hammer. I think that we would have to do an acoustical study picked up by the Army Corps permit if we were using an impact hammer, because there is marine mammal decibel levels that we have to meet. And in order to be able to do that with an impact hammer, you'd have to do an acoustical study.
Yeah, but even, vibratory pile driving does create a baseline sound wave.
Right, but usually, so the Coastal Commission's decibel level is like 180, I think it is, decibel levels. But the vibratory hammer, the studies show that it's usually around 90 or 100. So
right.
The vibratory hammer has always been exempt from having to do acoustical studies for marine mammal purposes because of the decibel level is so much lower than the impact hammer.
Okay.
We did get some edits from Coastal on, it looks like it was policy NOI 1.5. They added in mitigation priorities where they talked about mitigations shall be observed. And then fourth, that whole policy was added by Coastal, structural measures. Where they talk about acoustical treatment and noise barriers. They don't specifically talk about vibratory hammers, though.
It seems to me like specifically exempting it would be very what's the word I'm looking for? It's very one way or the other. And instead of I suppose if you got everybody else to say you don't have to do that, then the city has the ability to say well. The Army Corps said you didn't have to do that. Coastal said you didn't have to do that. CEQA said you didn't have to do that. Okay, we're not going to require it. I think staff would have that discretion, but to specifically exempt it, it seems very, very categorically one way or the others.
But that's putting the cart before the horse, really, because we can't get an Army Corps permit or a Coastal Commission permit until we get a city permit. So if the city says, you have to do it, and then we go to Army Corps and Coastal Commission, they say you don't have to do it, then we got to come back and amend the city permit says, we don't have to do it after all.
I'm wondering if maybe we just need to provide some clarification, because I don't think that that's what that policy says or is meant to say, because this is dealing with sensitive noise receptors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so this is in relationship to establishing projects that would have sensitive receptors in them or adjacent to them, and you would have a project that created noise. Like this isn't project construction. The acoustical study is to study noise in and around the environment, or to look at the noise that would be generated by a project, and if that noise would have impacts beyond what's allowed in the noise element, then you have to do mitigation. It's kind of like if you're going to locate an apartment building along Highway 1, this is requiring you to do a noise study to determine mitigation measures that you need to put into the building. Like you can't have vents that face the noise source, that type of thing, solid core wood doors, stuff like that. I don't think this is meant. This policy 1.4, I don't think that is meant to address construction noise. And if we actually we have municipal code requirements that do that as well. So.
But policy noise 3.3 does specifically state construction shielding.
3. What noise? What page is it on?
It's policy NOI 3.3. In her, she's got that. It says construction shielding. Encourage shielding for construction activities to reduce noise levels and protect adjacent noise-sensitive land uses. So it specifically states construction.
And on page 3-141 of Plan Morro Bay.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was reading it off of her.
Yeah, but where it's at.
Right.
Okay.
So that's really the only place where it would really be a concern for construction on the Embarcadero is during the construction phase of the project.
Well, yeah, this one does. You're right. This does cover construction noise.
I think that the language is sufficiently vague. It says encourage shielding.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Okay, so where are we on this, guys?
I suppose we leave it alone.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess we got 3 nods on that to leave it alone. Okay, Kathy, we're on to policy C1.15, eelgrass protection.
Yes. Eelgrass has been a huge obstruction to development in the harbor, and we need to establish more flexible protocols. We need to keep this in mind and encourage new policies that take actual conditions into consideration. So all we're suggesting here is adding the language or subsequent policies and also or other mitigation programs allowed for in the KEMP. It's just suggested language that it will keep Plan Morro Bay more current. So if the KEMP changes to another version, then the city can roll with the next version that the federal government comes out with. And then they talk about and other mitigation programs allowed for in the KEMP, because leaving it specifically for mitigation banks doesn't allow for other potential programs. We were looking at a program trying to see if we did something like not really a mitigation bank, but some other programs that would be allowed for. So it's just giving a little bit more flexibility. That's all.
Okay, Kathy, we'll go through this one. I think her suggested language is fine. Sure. Okay, so we're good with that, Kathy.
Okay.
We're good with your language.
Okay. Policy PS 3.6, shoreline preservation is a city goal. The Embarcadero is different and should be recognized as such. This is in the state tidelands and is set aside for commercial and navigation under the Tidelands Trust. This area with seawalls and other protective devices are found in other policies that indicate that they shall be maintained and repaired, so this needs to be consistent with that direction. I've discussed some of this already, so I'm not going to repeat the conversation. We are just asking you to add one sentence to the policy as written, and that is, quote, shoreline protected devices in the State Tidelands Trust from Morro Rock to Tidelands Park shall be allowed and maintained as consistent with other policies in this document.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. Scott, do you have a problem with the additional language?
My guess is Coastal won't accept it. Coastal has given us the language. I mean, we've gone round and round with Coastal on this. We've had numerous conversations with them, and the language that's in there, our specific conversation was that you have to allow us to have seawalls in the harbor, and they said okay, and they gave us the language and nuanced it as much as they could, and still have it be consistent with Coastal Act language for that area. I don't think we have any traction here, but if the commission's interested in it, we can certainly go back and ask them. But my guess is that's going to be like a hard no, based on all our conversations. It just doesn't seem like there's much traction there.
Okay, so where do we?
I guess what I wanted to know is if we have all those other sections that we went through that specifically talked about protecting parts of the Embarcadero, do you even need this? Because that's in the specific policy things about those areas.
And that was language given to us mostly by Coastal. Right, agreed upon by Coastal, that we could include in there to nuance it from those other areas in town where we can't have them.
Okay, Amy, do you want to chime in on this?
I agree with Scott that this was straight from Coastal. I believe I'm trying to jump to the public safety element, but I believe that the reason this one didn't get moved to the Embarcadero section is because there are pieces of this one that are Embarcadero specific and pieces that are not, but I need to confirm that.
That's sort of my recollection too.
Okay. Okay, so what do we want to do with this, guys? Include her language or not?
I say no.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Doesn't sound like a fight we can win.
Yeah, I agree. Let that lie. Leave it alone.
Okay. So then, Kathy, you want to move on?
Sure. Policy PS 3.7, existing shoreline protected devices. This could be interpreted to mean that the shoreline protected devices cannot be repaired if there's no record of the development being legally constructed prior to January 1st, 1977. The city and the county, for that matter, do not have good records of development, especially from 1964, the city's incorporation, and prior dates, and including records that were damaged by fire. This places the burden on the applicant to prove the structure was legally constructed rather than recognizing it may have been, but there just are no records. This is only a comment in relation to the Embarcadero and not any other areas outside of that. And basically the same thing for policy PS 3.8. Again, we've put in the development after January 1st, 1977, or where other measures or alternatives, including relocation, can adequately mitigate erosion hazards. This policy seems to be in direct conflict with other policies discussing repair and maintenance of the revetment along the Embarcadero. This policy also leaves open the concept that the buildings on the Embarcadero may not be able to install protective devices, but rather consider other alternatives such as relocation, and should this be considered. So that's just a couple of short comments on those two particular policies.
Okay, Scott, I imagine this language is specifically from Coastal Commission, or where?
Yeah, and so that's why we have the nuanced language that's in the Embarcadero section, and this language is just meant to apply to the other areas. It doesn't apply to the areas in the Embarcadero. That's why we have the other language that allows us to put the revetments in there in order to maintain them. It does have the protective language is sort of least environmentally damaging. That's a Coastal Commission thing. That they use in relationship to all these types of policies. But we've spent, no joke, we have gone round and round and round on this with them. And they said, this is the language we can give you that'll allow you to maintain and put in seawalls to maintain your harbor. We're all on board. We agree your harbor is not like everything north of the Rock. And that's sort of what we have. I don't have a lot to say beyond that. So
it sounds like this is another fight that we're probably not going to win. Or
I understand. Kathy is asking for it to, and her group are asking for this to have these explicit exclusions in here. And the gymnastics that we had to go through with Coastal to get the language that we have in there, I'm not sure we could get more. I mean, if you want us to go talk to them and ask them, we can. I just, based on all the conversations we've had to this point, I just don't see it going anywhere. But I'm happy to put it up the flagpole if you guys are interested in it.
Okay, Jesse?
Yeah, since I deal with this on a daily basis of things, when something was legal nonconforming, you know, when it was built, you know, I'm familiar with the county's record keeping. And typically what we do is you look back at the assessor records, and if, you know, if even if there aren't permits per se, if you've been taxed on it since 1948, that's usually how you establish a legal nonconforming situation. So, I mean, there are ways to establish a legal a non-conforming situation, or figure out when something was legally constructed. So,
okay, so we're for excluding, we're for keeping the language the way it is. How many for that?
Wait, so okay, so Scott, I mean, in your informal conversations, it sounds like, you know, it was explicitly discussed, can we make an exception to the Embarcadero? And they didn't like that idea. But I mean, was it really explicitly discussed?
Yes, several times. And they said, this is the language, we're giving you this language, you can use this language, and this will allow you to put all of the protective measures you need in. Yes, you need to do the studies to justify them, but you can put them in. We understand that you're going to keep this. The harbor's not going anywhere. We're not doing adaptive retreat. You know, so the idea is the bay is going to be there. We're going to armor it and continue to armor it to keep it there. That's the discussion. And so the language they gave us says this allows you to do that. I mean, that's why you have all the policies that talk about raising the Embarcadero and raising all of the facilities that are there. That's all armoring, all of it.
Okay, so raise a hand to leave the verbiage as it is. Okay. Kathy, what next item?
Yeah, this is more of a question. This is on implementation action PS 13, new development in sea level rise hazard overlay zone. On page 4-128, the last paragraph says, for all other areas outside of the harbor, marina area immediately adjacent to the shoreline and working waterfront area, development shall be sited and designed in a manner consistent with the following policies. And I believe at one point in time, maybe it was a meeting or two ago, Scott, you had a conversation with the commission about this. And so our question really is this the language that's exempting the Embarcadero from that policy? Because I think you said something to the commission that the Embarcadero is exempted from that specific policy.
Which,
do you remember?
So,
page 4-128.
This is the language, Cindy and Scott, that we talked about with Coastal recently. There's definitely some clarification, at least some formatting needed here. I can't answer for certain whether this is what Scott was talking about a minute ago, but the organization here needs some help.
Yeah, and what Coastal had said to us is, you know, they agree that the Embarcadero needs armoring, but that not outside of this area. So I think their thing was that they really wanted to be clear what this area applied to and what it didn't.
That was the conversations that we had with them.
Yeah. So I guess as far as Kathy's question is she's saying, is the Embarcadero exempt from this policy? I think based on our conversation with Coastal, we need to clarify this a little bit better. But the idea being is that outside of the Embarcadero area, okay, I kind of lost my train of thought. It's getting late.
Maybe a map would help.
Well, I think the thing that sells it for me, if I can find it again, I think I may have lost it. Coastal dependent development in danger from erosion. Well, that's what we're talking about. That's where you're allowed to armor it, and we're specifically, saying you find the best way to do that, environmentally friendly way to do that. So I think in a way it makes sense. It may not read beautifully, but I think I understand what they're saying. But we also know we want to make sure that it doesn't preclude us from doing what the other provisions we've already gone over that we want to have in our game playbook to work down there can be done. We want to be able to armor it. So basically, staff was going to was going to wordsmith that one anyway, right? With the understanding we're sympathetic to the request by the leaseholders here.
Yeah, was this something that?
Okay, I think we're agreed with that.
Comments back on?
What was that, Scott?
I think this might be, we just got an email from Coastal like yesterday or something with some language for this. Was that right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. I don't see specific changes to that paragraph. I see changes to policy 3.6 and 3.7.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the conversation we had with them about a week ago was that, if I recall correctly, that we were going to clean that up and be more specific. That yes, Coastal's okay with armoring within the Embarcadero area, but for those areas outside of the harbor, and that's what this policy section here says, starting then with policy PS 3.11, is that those following policies would apply. And so on those pages after 4.128, that's outside of the waterfront or Embarcadero area.
Okay. Joseph?
Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with what I heard. I mean, for the sake of clarity, all the stuff with starting with 3.11 is what everybody has to do except the harbor and Embarcadero area.
Right.
But there should also be some mention of what the Embarcadero and harbor area is specifically allowed to do, not simply they don't have to do what everybody else is doing. I mean, that's where the clarification should occur, because the area is.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the direction we got from Coastal is make that read a little better.
And make sure we can refer back to the Embarcadero specific section.
So they gave us changes to, you guys haven't seen this, but they gave us changes to 3.6 and which talks about shoreline preservation as a city goal, and some of the language they added was the following policies: PS 3.7 and another one, PS something that they didn't put the number with, apply to Morro Bay shoreline outside of the Embarcadero area from Coleman Park to Tidelands Park, and outside of the harbor / marina areas, use policy LU 8.7 and LU 4.9 respectively.
Okay, so I think with that,
so that language is separating those areas out like you're asking for and doing it explicitly.
Yeah. Okay, I think
so that's a good point that Kathy and they made, and this has been an ongoing conversation between us and Coastal, and this is just literally hot off the presses. We got this I think yesterday, and maybe the day before, and with that with those changes in it, so to make that explicit.
Okay, great. Then on the glossary, the coastal dependent and non-coastal dependents are not included in the glossary. However, these terms are used frequently in the plan. So that was Kathy's comment. So is there definitions for coastal dependent? Because we use it throughout the plan too. So I thought it was in the zoning, but I thought there might have been a definition in the zoning, but that's not in the plan.
You have coastal dependent use in the glossary. It's under U. So.
Okay.
use, comma.
Maybe we could add it under C also.
A reference back to it or something.
Just duplicate it under C, and I think we got it. Hey, Kathy, was there anything else you wish to say?
Just a couple of conclusion remarks, if you don't mind. I'd just like to say that the EML certainly appreciates your time and your effort and willingness to discuss the specific policies with us. We want to be partners with the city, not just landlords and tenants, and recognize your unique position as regulators, landlords, and the conflict that arises. Unfortunately, there's not a magic pot of gold waiting when you cross the center line of the Embarcadero, but rather properties that have unique circumstances and require a lot of determination and hard work for success. We also believe and hopefully agree that it is in the city's best interest to support local businesses that contribute to the city's vision and development goals for the Embarcadero. When the waterfront prospers, so does the city. EML is also concerned with some policies that commit the city to studies and evaluations that come with significant costs, staff time, unrealistic timeframes to accomplish, which ultimately detract from the goal itself and puts further strain on the budget. So we hope you can adjust some of those requirements so the city is not overburdened. Last, I'd like to know that it's important after working for so many years on a document, you want to be able to move forward and get it done. But I can tell you based on experience, it is very important to take the extra time, make sure the document is clear and the intent is written so you are not relying on making revisions in the future. As we know from past experience, revisions seldom happen, and therefore the city could be stuck with a general plan or local coastal plan that is simply not tailored for the unique circumstances of the Embarcadero area. Please believe me when that time will just pass and fixes just won't get done. A good example of that is our 23-year-old zoning ordinance that at the time we just wanted to get it on the streets to use, but we knew there were some issues to correct and never did. I commend the city and their consultants on the draft documents, and not enough can be said for the citizens that have taken their time to review the documents and comment. Many of the EML members have decades residing in the community and operating businesses on the Embarcadero. Their insight is invaluable because they have the practical experience on the Embarcadero and not just an idea of what should work in theory. I encourage you to do your best and provide clarity in this plan that will take us into the next 20 years. And again, thank you. I'd have happy to answer any follow-up questions. And I think the executive committee was here earlier with me. I don't know if they've hung in this long or not, but they were on the call. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, Kathy. Well, I'd just like to say from the Planning Commission, thank you for helping us make this the best document we can. And I'll take the liberty of speaking for everybody here that we want all the leaseholders to all succeed beyond their wildest dreams. And I think, because when they do, we do. But the Embarcadero is one of the best resources on the Central Coast, and we all want to just make it better for everybody. And so thank you guys for your input and for fine-tuning this and helping make this a better document. So thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the meeting.
Okay, anybody else have anything else to say on these changes or okay, let me get back to my, if I can find my agenda. So Scott, we're going to need to, we need a motion to continue this to finish it off, or
yeah, we do.
10 now.
Yeah, to the 12:15 meeting.
Okay, so can I get a motion for continuance on this?
Sure, I move that we continue the discussion of the Morbay plan until whatever date it was you said. I can't.
To 12:15.
Okay.
Okay. The next regular scheduled meeting. Do I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. No discussions? No. Okay.
Question. Sorry, I have to. Are we going to finish this thing before the end of the year?
That's what we're going to try.
We have to.
I mean, you only have the shortest element left, which is environmental justice. Although there's been quite a bit of interest in it, so who knows?
What else do we have on that meeting, Scott? Anything?
No.
Okay.
We have no items.
We'll make a commitment to finish it. If it takes 6 hours just to get it done.
Yeah, even if we're there till Tuesday, till Wednesday. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we've had our discussion. So, Scott, can you call the question, or?
Sure. Commissioner Ingraffia.
Aye.
Commissioner Lucas.
Aye.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
I'll say yes too.
Chair Luer. Sorry.
And Jesse.
Oh,
Jesse.
And that guy.
Sorry. My screen went blank on half of it, and I couldn't remember who I said. I don't know what happened. Like half of you are gone. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
It's time for us to stop.
I guess.
Okay, guys. So moving on, we get no new business, no unfinished business. So, any commissioner comments or?
Yeah. I just want to say, I'm really going to miss Jerry and Michael. It's been a pleasure, and I'm sorry to see you guys go. It won't be the same.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm confused. What does everybody know that I don't know?
Jesse, you got on late.
You came in late, Jesse.
You missed it. Nobody's going to tell you.
Jerry's stepping down, and Michael's not re-upping. I know, bummer, huh?
That is a bummer.
So Jerry, are you stepping down starting July or at the end of July when the term ends?
No, I'll be stepping down. The next meeting should be my last meeting.
Okay.
That way you can get in, hopefully get into the cycle of new commissioners, or the.
We would. It won't be chosen until it's seated until February. They'll be chosen at the end of January and then seated in February.
I was going to say, I assumed I was here in January.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
So, Jerry, can we keep you through January?
Come on, Jerry.
Or are we going to be a 4-person board?
Jerry.
I've kind of made some commitments if it's, but
we'll just have to all agree then. Can't have any split commission decisions.
We're good at consensus.
Yeah.
We'll call you to be the tiebreaker. How's that?
Okay, there you go. I'll be like the vice president.
Yeah.
Doesn't Plan Morro Bay have the coin flip in the end on something?
Yeah. Well, at least we'll get through this. Okay. Well, we got one more meeting at least. So, Scott, you got anything you want to say?
Do I have anything on here? Let's see. My only thing I wanted to ask you about was the last meeting, because I wasn't sure if you were going to stick it out to the end of when they replace, or whether you're going to be done at the end of the month. I just wanted clarification. Thank you for that. And I don't have anything else.
Okay, so at this point, we'll adjourn to the next regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting on December 15th at 6 p.m. via our favorite electronic device. So thank you, guys. I'll see you then.
Good night, everybody.
All right, stay open.